regulations. There's 5 pages of regulations there. You have them all. Those state that the building has to conform with regulatory and zoning provisions. Going down, I was told that he said at the meeting that he was applying for his buildings. And, but at the meeting, Travis Regensburg, who is a contractor and also a member of the Planning and Zoning Committee, said, we don't have a building inspector, so they won't be inspected. Part of his application states that they need to do, the city needs to do, yeah, I'm so sorry, I have to jump around. They have to make a report. So they, it says that they will make a report to what the effects are on the neighbors. And I want to know, no report was read at the Planning and Zoning Committee. I want to know, was there ever an agency, a department in the city that actually checked what the effects are going to be on the neighbors? I'm being told that only neighbors that live within 100 feet of the crematorium were notified. I wasn't one of them. My aunt was. She's the one that informed me about it. But I want to tell you that the westerly winds blow west. So if you remember Medite, did the smoke from Medite, the pollution from Medite stay within their compound? No, it didn't. Did the smoke from the fires obey our city limits and stay outside our city limits because it wasn't our fire? No, it didn't. Smoke, just like vapors, that pollution that's coming out of that crematorium will blow, not only to affect him or the people that live within 100 feet. I live 120 feet from it. A road and an alley. Well, anyway, what I ask is that you as a council would regulate the crematory emissions of mercury, dioxins, and other hazardous pollutants. 2, that you not allow the operation of a crematory within 2 miles of the city limits. And that you would do this before you approve it, because once you approve it, they're grandfathered in, and there will be no turning back. And I ask you to take in consideration, he also said that they would only do 1 or 2 cremations a month. Based on the records from Vital Statistics, they're going to be doing almost 1 cremation a day. This is not light, you know, and if you know that any emissions go up, they're going to come down.
Thank you, Ms. Sanchez. And
I signed up to speak, but I am willing to give my 3 minutes. Ms. Sanchez.
So, hold on here. So you guys already signed up. So I want to keep it, when it's your turn, then she wants to sit with you at that time. So let's follow the way the list goes.
Next on the list, I have G. Ortega.
Good evening, City Council and everybody else.
Georgina Ortega, I live at 319 Taos. My husband spoke earlier. I am very concerned about the air quality of the surrounding radius of my community where I'm living. And again, this has been mentioned, where's your feasibility study? Where's the air quality study? Particularly with the mercury and all the other emitting chemicals or whatever they are, they're burned, that are going to be going out into the air. There's an elementary school that is less than a block and a half from this facility. The kids are out there during the day playing and everything, they're touching. If this stuff goes in the air, well, number one, I want to know in that feasibility study and the air quality study, what are the filters that they're going to be using to prevent and to capture all of those airborne particles, particulates that are going to be emitting. They're going to be going out there stacks. Because if they're not going to be controlled, all of that stuff is going to be the fine dust that we always dust in our house, in our yard. It's going to be out there, and those children are going to be touching it. And mercury, as you all know, is not good for children. It will kill their brain cells. It will do so many terrible things to children that are growing at that age level. That's my really big concern. And I hope the city takes this into consideration when they do this. I worked 5 years for the Department of Navy, and I worked in the hazmat. Out of the 15 years I was with them, 5 years I worked with hazmat. I did whatever chemical you can imagine that a shipyard produces. So I am very leery about having something next door, literally next door, in my area. So that's my concern. I want to retire. I am retired. I want to live my life with quality as much as possible. And Viola, Mrs. Sanchez is right. The smoke does not have barriers. You cannot contain it. And if you do, you better talk to Chevron Oil and all of those big oil companies, because let me tell you, they have always been emitting all sorts of stuff, and they're getting fined left and right. And the people that live next door to that in those communities are nothing but cancer communities. I don't want us to be a cancer community. Thank you.
Thank you.
Mr. Mayor, next we have David Lebdell.
Sorry, I signed the wrong form.
Next we have Fabi Herrera.
My concern is the children. I don't know about all of you. Do you have children, grandchildren? My concern is about the little ones, you know. I want to see them grow up. I don't want them to be with cancer or with leukemia or with anything. Have you guys thought about this? That's my main concern, is the children. You know, I want to see them grow up and be someone in this life. You know, you could put this crematorium somewhere else out of the city limits. You could put it at Mr. Yellowberry's junkyard if you want to put it somewhere out of the city limits. Why put it at a residential area where it's hurting children? That's all I have to say to you guys.
Mr. Mayor, next we have Deanne Mares. Oh, sorry.
My name is Diana Mays. I live here in Las Vegas for a better part of 55 years. I've had a lot of deaths in my family, and most recently, I lost my grandson at 36. It took a while for him to come back from OMI. It took about almost 9 days. So then from there, he had to go out of the city to get cremated, because that's where his disposition of his cremains were going to be. I mean, not disposition, but his final cremations were going to be. It took another week and a half to get his cremains back. That put a big strain on my family. The whole 9 yards was depressing, not only the loss of him, but the loss of having to wait to have services to lay them to rest. I am for the cremations because there's a lot of people that have to send their loved ones out of town to be cremated, and it takes a better part of almost 2 weeks to get them back. So the funeral services are delayed, and that causes a lot of heartache and grief on the families. I'm totally for it. I think it's necessary. The area doesn't have a crematory. I see Santa Fe. they have crematories, and they're within residential areas. I haven't seen any complaints or heard of any complaints of emissions and mercury and stuff in the air. I'm not an educated person that can say all of this stuff is hurting the kids. I have 23 grandchildren. 23 great-grandchildren. If I was opposed to this, would I put in danger my grandchildren or my family? No, I say not. I think it is necessary. I think that Billy and Brenda would not have pushed forward this project if they had not done their homework. They know what they're doing. They have the facts. That's all I have to say. Consider my pleas. Thank you.
Mr. Mayor, next on the list is Mr. Juan Mays.
Mr. Mayor, Council, my name is Juan Mays, and I'm here because I worked with Billy Rogers for 9 years. And I know what he wants to do. He wants to help the community by putting up a cremation. So people won't have to travel on bad weather, on bad highways. I think it'd be a good thing for a cremation here. Like Diana said, there's cremations in Santa Fe. There's cremations in Española. I know because I've driven there myself. And I think it's not hurting anybody because in Santa Fe, there's a school right next to one of those cremations. In Española, have their cremations right across the river, right where everybody lives right there. And I know it'd be a lot of help for the community here in Las Vegas, for the people to take their cremations to Mr. Rogers. Not only because I work for him, but I know what he's trying to do. He's trying to help the community. And I know it's not bad because I've been where there's cremations. You don't smell anything unless you want to go in there and smell it. But otherwise, you can smell nothing. And that's all I have to say. I am in favor of Mr. Rogers for this cremation. Thank you.
Thank you. Ms.
Mr.
Cassandra?
Mayor, next on the list, we have Mr. Billy Rogers.
My name is Billy Rogers. I'm the owner of Gonzalez Funerals and Cremations. In reviewing the information that you have, the packets that you have, and my knowledge of the cremator, is that the emissions will be minimal with low sound, no smoke, no odor. The concern is mercury coming from silver amalgam in teeth that is released in the atmosphere. A report from the U.S. Environmental Protection Agency, partnering with the Cremation Association of North America, they did a study of cremated remains on the chemical contents of cremains. The study involved 9 crematories, doing a minimum of 100 cremations per year. So the study involved 900 cremations that they examined. According to the report, they disclosed that among the mercury released was enough for 1 block of sugar. In fact, I checked with the local dentist. He revealed to me that an amalgam filling, it contains just a pinch of mercury. In addressing the residential neighborhood and schools I can tell you that the De Vargas Funeral Home and Crematory is in a residential neighborhood in Espanola, New Mexico. They are 2 blocks from a school. The Rio Grande Crematory, operated by the Rivera Family Funeral Service at 309 Calle Salazar in Espanola, is in a residential neighborhood. They are 2 blocks from a school. In Santa Fe, New Mexico, the Berardinelli Family Funeral Home operates 2 crematories, one across the street from each other, in a residential neighborhood. And they're 2 blocks from a school. Prior to opening, a report will be sent to the New Mexico Environmental Department for their approval. The New Mexico Board of Funeral Service, upon their inspection of the crematory, and if approved, will issue a license to operate. The New Mexico Board of Funeral Service will inspect the funeral home and the crematory once a year.
Mr. Rogers, if you want to complete that last sentence, and then we'll move on.
The maintenance contract will be negotiated with the Buenel Crematory, and they will recondition the crematory after 100 cases. The reason for the crematory is that it's taking too long for us to schedule, because the schedule of the crematory with other cremations are pending. In our case, it takes up to 3 weeks. In my opinion, it's holding a family hostage because of the volume of cremations performed, and it just adds to their grief, in our case, 3 weeks after a death. We found another crematory that do cremations, so the turnaround time will be 5 days.
Thank you, Mr. Rogers. We got to proceed with the others. Thank you.
Mr. Mayor, next we have Mary Gomez.
So some of the things that Mr. Rogers mentioned is that of air quality. And so I called the EPA office in Santa Fe and Dallas Regional Office, and they told me that there are no regulations, no monitoring of crematories. Just because it's not monitored doesn't mean it's safe. It's just not monitored. Okay? I asked them why not. They said that that's because the human body cannot be considered hazardous waste. But how much more hazardous is mercury, plutonium, radiation, all these things that are being burnt off? And if the body is cremated, and I know it's not absolutely necessary when the body is cremated immediately, but if they have services and they want to wait a while, the body must be cremated. The body is not drained of those fluids, and all those fluids will go into our air. He says that there is no pollution, but like I said, just because it's not regulated and we don't know doesn't mean it's safe. There are 7 air quality monitors in our area. They're mostly for cement and wood products, but there are 7, and you have that map in your packet. So air monitoring is not out of the question. It's something that can be done. And I recommend, again, that if you approve it, that I am sorry for Diane's loss. I am sorry, and I do know that they have to wait weeks. I'm not saying don't build the crematory, just don't build it in a residential area. A quarter of a mile from 4 different schools. Think about our kids. I'm sorry that people have to wait, but I'd rather they wait than that we kill our little kids too, because we don't know that it's killing us. So I just implore you guys that you set some statutes. First, that they would not build in a residential area. Second, that you have air quality monitoring. Just do something before you approve it, because we don't want that to be grandfathered in. Like I said, some of the he talked about mercury also. And he mentioned that at the Planning and Zoning Committee meeting. And mercury, sure, it's not being used anymore because it's so dangerous. But if you think that out of over 300 deaths in San Miguel and Mora County, there only 50 of them were not boomers. So if you think that from now for 20 to 30 years, we should be concerned about the emissions being put out, because boomers are the ones that are dying. And until all us boomers die, 20 to 30 years from now, we should be concerned about those emissions.
And just for the record, if whoever, did you get the name of the person that she took?
Yes.
Okay, all right, next.
Next is Carmen Gomez.
That's my aunt, and I'm speaking for her as well. She's
Wait, hold on, was she signed up?
She signed up, Carmen Gomez.
So, let me see. So again, all these statistics that I have, all these reports that I have about the pollution, it was done by the Cremation Society of Milwaukee and by the Tulip Cremation Society. These are not done by environmental groups that don't want this to happen. These are cremation societies that have done a report saying there is problems. The other thing that we need to note is that filters are being made here in the United States for crematories. But because the United States does not require them, there is no crematory in the United States that uses filters. That should be alarming to us. It really should. Anyway, and like I said, we're not against the crematory. We're just against the crematory in the residential area. And so surely Mr. Rogers could find another place that's suitable 2 miles out, even at the industrial park. Why not do it there? Why? Like I said, if you walk around there, I also asked the Planning and Zoning Committee, I asked the mayor, and I asked the council members, go look at those buildings. They've been, I grew up in that neighborhood, so I've known those buildings since I was young. Those buildings are falling apart. And just because we don't have a building inspector doesn't mean that they're safe. So what I was told from EPA, I was told that there are no air qualities for crematories in the state of New Mexico except Bernalillo County, which has their own. And what they said is that they depend on municipalities to set their own air quality controls. So it's up to you. We can't say, well, so long as the government doesn't do it for us, it's okay and it's safe. It is not safe and it's not okay. I included a map, like I said, of the schools. And on the map, I had said that all the schools were within a mile, but that was a driving mile. And somebody corrected me and said, no, if you measure from Gonzalez Funeral Home to Armijo, to the Head Start, to Don Cecilio, to Tony Serna, they're all within a quarter of a mile from the crematory that's proposed. Well, there's junior high as well.
Ma'am, you already had your time. If we
So
could,
like I said, there's all the reports that I have about pollution that you have, and I hope you read, come from cremation places, associations that does cremations. They know what they're talking about as well. I know that Diane said that Billy knows what he's doing, and I'm sure he does. But I'm sure that he wants this to benefit him as well.
thank you.
Mr. Mayor, next we have Martha Gomez.
I think in all fairness here, if you signed up, if there's anything different that, I know you've already testified, but if there's anything additional that you want to testify, if they give you the time, that we can.
I oppose it pretty much.
Okay, if you don't mind coming up, just for the record, so we have that for the record.
Name and address.
Hi, I'm Martha Gomez. I don't think this is a good idea at all. My mama lives right there too as well. And it's just, again, with the whole environment, it's just not a good sacred thing to do in a residential area. That's really all I have to say. Thanks.
And where do you,
Oh, well, when I first came in town, I lived with Mom, but I just live a couple blocks away from her now, which is on Colonias by the Allsubs, which is walking distance, so that as well goes around where I'm at.
thank you.
Thank you.
Mr. Mayor, next we have Cynthia Armijo.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. My name is Cynthia Armijo. And honestly, I have complete and total respect for both Billy and Brenda. I consider Brenda a longtime friend from my childhood. And so what I have to say really bears no personal impact on them as human beings. I respect them as people and friends and neighbors. But my concern is that we live in this beautiful community. We all have grown up here that we love. We've had devastations that have occurred, fires, floods. We've had ongoing issues in our community, but we still are here and we love our community so much. And I'm really appreciative of them wanting to do something for the community. However, I think that before going forward, I honestly believe that there needs to be some kind of feasibility study, some kind of environmental and health risk studies done before allowing a crematorium to exist in a residential neighborhood. I'm not opposed to crematoriums. I respect Mr. Angel for what he said. I myself probably will undergo that as well. But it just concerns me, and primarily because I have a sister, her family, who live, just a couple of houses away from the funeral home, from Gonzalez Funeral Home. And it concerns me that maybe in the immediacy, we may not see any of the ramifications from having a crematorium, but it's the long-term effects. And so with that, I ask you to please at least do some kind of a study, some kind of impact to the community, because it doesn't only affect the people in that neighborhood. It also affects the entire community. Yes, the wind blows from the west. Everything comes even to the people in the east. So it will have an impact on everyone. So please, I ask that you do your homework as well before you make a decision on this. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Mr. Mayor, next we have Twyla Quintana.
Mr. Mayor and Council, thank you very much for this limited time. I do apologize. I intended to have a more well-rounded presentation or thoughts to present. This meeting came too quickly. But anyway, I'm opposed to this as well. I'm asking that you overturn the approval of the resolution number 24-26. What I will say is I did some Google searches, et cetera, when I heard about this. And, I know Mr. Rogers just mentioned several communities that have crematoriums in them, et cetera. But what he failed to mention or failed to talk about is what are the regulations associated with those communities? What do they have in place? And just to get a special use permit shouldn't be the end-all for that. Several people have talked about toxins, and I'll talk about those in just a moment as well. But part of my research, when I was looking, I did see places like Puget Sound, also a very beautiful area, place that people love the air, the environment out there, the cleanness of everything. And so I was looking at what they had associated with crematoriums, and they have regulations galore associated with that, ordinances galore. Anywhere that I've looked, I see a lot of those, and I'm concerned that we really don't have those in place here to be able to monitor anything like that. I was looking very quickly to try and find the mission statement for the city of Las Vegas. I did find San Miguel County as well, though, and that says, protect our people, culture, and education, and water. That says a lot in and of itself, and I'm sure the City of Las Vegas mission statement, et cetera, what we stand for, enforces a lot of those thoughts as well. We have a beautiful area here. Many people come here to enjoy the clean air, the clean water, et cetera, and what hasn't been ravaged by fires, et cetera. But when we look at, and I've done some, as I said, a little bit of research associated with these. And of course, some people have spoken about toxins, et cetera. Some of my sources include Science Direct and NCBI. Also talks about mercury. And it does say on there 50% of dental fillings are elemental mercury, but mercury also comes from blood and tissue of the deceased, as well as personal items in the casket. There's fine particulate matter, carbon monoxide as well, volatile organic compounds, heavy metals, other toxins are listed on there as well. Then I also looked concerning children. Mercury, when we think about that, they can... Okay, so...
Go ahead and finish that thought.
Okay, I was going to say, associated with mercury, it can harm children's brain development, and a lot of these other toxins, specifically when we're dealing with children because of their size, et cetera, have a much greater impact on them. And so I would ask once again that you please reconsider this, table it, do whatever you need to do, or overturn it at this point in time. Thank you.
Mr. Mayor, the last one on the list is Florence Wendy Armijo.
Good afternoon, Mayor. My name is Florence Wendy Armijo, council members. I live maybe at least one house down from Gonzalez Funeral Home, and I'm here to say that I do oppose the implementation of a crematorium there. Like everyone else, I plan to be cremated myself. I just do not want the crematorium in my backyard. And I don't think any of you or anyone here in this meeting would be happy to have a crematorium right next door to their home. I have a couple of questions, and they may be after the fact. I know that Fabiola presented you with a whole lot of statistical information. There was a lot of sources cited with that. There are a lot of major concerns in terms of emissions and health and what it does to people, to the city, to the residents in the area. But there's very little regulations on that. I'm sure you've heard people mention that previously. I do have a question in terms of how the city processed, or how I was told, and I'm here after the fact, so we're initially appealing the process. But I'm concerned, for the record here, how the process was done in terms of completing the application. I know that part of your regulations here states that you needed to post signs on the property. It didn't say shall, it didn't say may, it said will.
I am right next to the property. I am up and down that street regularly. I did not see a sign. I have not seen a sign. I take my granddaughter to ride the bike there on a daily basis. I guess I'm asking where the signage was posted because I did not see it. Because if I did, I probably would have been here at the first meeting. Secondly, notification. According to your regulations, you're to notify people within 100 feet of the area. I'm probably about 125 feet away. I didn't receive notification, but I did see in your report here in the application that there was people that were notified that lived in other areas, not necessarily close in the proximity area. Another major concern of mine is, and I still
right.
have 3 minutes, I guess.
Is that, just stop.
Oh, okay.
Go ahead and finish your last sentence and we'll.
I'm just curious to know that this permit was initially passed by this council. And, right, we're in the appeal process at this point in time. And I'd like to know under what grounds, under what information did you have to make that determination that this was going to be safe for everybody in this community? How did each one, and I'm not too sure how each one of you voted,
Okay.
but
So-
apparently you
so-
should have done some.
So right now,
research.
this is just public input, so you give us your public input, and then at that time, we'll ask questions. But you know, when we get to that point, you know, when we start to the discussion amongst the council, then we'll, I'm sure, answer some of these.
Okay.
Right,
Well,
Thank
thank
you.
you for your time, and I appreciate.
thank you. Sandra?
Counselor.
Okay,
Mayor.
so, you know, before we proceed, I know there's probably some in the audience that maybe didn't sign up, so at this time, but I do want to ask this, that if you do raise your hand to give some testimony here, that you are the person that is going to present. So with that, anybody that, you know, wants to raise their, and if you could state your name for the record and come up.
My name is Ben Gorgon. I grew up partially in that area. I live in Las Vegas, but I spend a significant amount of time in that area. I have family members in that area, and I think the central point the concern that I'd like to voice in my opposition is that I understand there's a need for this service. There's no question about that. The question is whether or not it's appropriate place. In my opinion, and I echo what Ms. Quintana indicated, just a real brief search of the internet shows clear toxins that are released from crematoriums in that process. Bioaccumulation, it takes time. So if what we're basically saying is we're going to use this neighborhood and Española as a guiding ground to say what's appropriate or not, I'd argue that just the thought of having a lesser quality of life, that we can't garden out there, have kids out there like I played out there, just the thought that there's mercury in the air that I can readily believe walking my dog or just being outside in that area frightens me. And I would argue to you that before you proceed forward, that you do at least some feasibility or really check to see really what the impacts are, because just like Medite, we didn't see something come out immediately and in a couple of months. But after years, we started seeing that. And not being able to have our windows open during summer because there's smoke, that decreases our quality of life. Selling homes, decreasing a diminution of property values. Who wants to live with a crematorium right next door? And take in consideration the children. We're talking about chemicals that are going to be on the walls, on the children's playgrounds, on the things that they touch. If you don't care about the adults and the elderly, I'm concerned about them because they're elder. My great aunt, she's in her 90s. And, you know, they use mercury for poisoning. Russia does that. North Korea does that. It's a known dangerous chemical, and we don't need very much for it to affect people. And I would just argue that I don't want to see 5 years from now, people from that area starting saying, oh, I'm having these worse problems. I know the Rogers, they're wonderful human beings. They want to do a service to the community. I'm just concerned that the location is not appropriate unless there's a feasibility to show that this is not going to impact the people through bioaccumulation in the way that they've laid out their concerns. I ask you to slow down, either do some more feasibility or ask that to be put in another place. At this point, I see. Thank you for hearing me.
Thank you. Is there anybody else at this time? No? Okay. At this time, I'll entertain a motion to go into regular session.
Mayor, I move that we go into regular session.
A motion by Councilor Casey. Do I have a second? Second by Councilman Martinez. Roll call.
Counselor Olivari? Yes. Counselor Montoya? Yes. Counselor Casey? Yes. Counselor Martinez?
Yes.
Have a motion by Counselor Casey, a second by Counselor Martinez. Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Motion carries.
Councilors, at this time, any questions or that you may want to ask Mr. Marcus, or I know we have an attorney just in case there was legal questions?
Do you want questions or comments?
Either or.
Mr.
Councilman
Mayor.
Martinez?
Yes, and just to go back a little bit, I wanted to inform the public that this council that's here today did not agree on something that was agreed on back in 2005, is that correct?
2004.
Or 2004? Or 2006?
It was 2006, you may be right,
So
Councilman.
the process has been that the special use permit that has been issued or granted to Mr. Rogers is something that has been reinvented at this point. And is that correct?
Mayor, Council, the process that went on now was he did approach to the city of Las Vegas, the Community Development Department with a new application. That application was then taken to our Board of Adjustments. They went ahead and approved his special use permit. And as it states in our ordinance, if you are aggrieved by the decision of the board, you have 10 days in which to go ahead and put your grievance in writing. Ms. Fabiola Sanchez followed the process to the letter, brought us her letter, and also paid the $50 fee to go ahead and get it processed. And that's where we stand right now. This board, for the record, this council has made no decision on anything dealing with this crematorium.
Right, yeah. No, so what I'm wanting to say is, was there a public hearing available to the public when the special use permit went out?
Mayor, Council, yes, and for a point of record, the City of Las Vegas Community Development Department went ahead and posted on the property, actually on the sign. Pictures are in your packet of where we posted. There was knock and talks and hand-delivered letters that were given to everybody within a 100-foot radius of the property. And that's why the people that were out of it, we're not obligated to give it to them. But the ones within 100 foot were received letters hand-delivered.
Okay, I just wanted to make sure that the process that the city of Las Vegas has was followed, of course.
One more thing, sir, that we also put notification within the Las Vegas Optic to go ahead and give a proper notice through to the whole community. And also radio stations, it was announced to the radio stations. It was also posted up on our city hall windows and also on my community development department windows at 500 Railroad Avenue.
Okay, thank you. I'm gonna pass on comments right now.
Councilor Casey?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. First of all, I want to thank everyone who showed up, either pro or con, on this issue, because we rarely see so many people at our city council meetings, so I appreciate the interest and the time that you have taken to come and speak either against or on behalf of the permit. I want to say, first of all, that I have a great deal of respect for Mr. and Mrs. Rogers. They have for many years run a wonderful service to the community. And I can honestly say that all of my family members who have passed, going all the way back to the 60s, have been lovingly taken care of by Gonzalez Funeral Home, and I appreciate that very much, and I thank him for that. My only concern that I had when I read all the material, and I did some of my own research on the internet to learn more, and what I found, what scared me the most was the mercury. And the reason it did that is because I grew up in an area of Old Town on Mora Street that intersected with Tao Street, which led down to the Arroyo. Every child that grew up in that neighborhood played in the Arroyo at one time or another. I played in that Arroyo, my sisters, my older sisters, all the neighbors' kids, older kids that played in that Arroyo, played with canisters of mercury that had been dumped there by Los Alamos National Laboratory and other entities. And so we had no idea at that time that the mercury was, you know, anything except something fun where we could shine our dimes, and we used to roll it around the kitchen table and, you know, hold it in our hand. As a result, many years later, 23 people who grew up in that neighborhood were diagnosed with systemic lupus erythematosus, and better known as lupus. It is a form of arthritis that attacks your inner organs. 23 people, all of them played in that arroyo. They played with the mercury. And the reason I know this is because my own sister, my older sister, was one of the first ones that was diagnosed with lupus from that area. Our neighbor across the street was diagnosed with lupus. My sister's daughter was diagnosed with lupus. I have been diagnosed with lupus. And all of it comes from a study that the University of New Mexico was doing and that my sister participated in, that accredited mercury in part. I'm not saying that mercury is totally responsible for everybody that had lupus, but it is something that can and did cause lupus in this particular instance. San Miguel County has one of the highest incidences of lupus in the nation. The research was done on the behalf of the San Miguel County Family and Community Health Council, which I chaired for 21 years, by the state epidemiologist. And she was shocked that we had so many incidences of lupus in this area. Of those 23 people who had lupus, only 3 are currently alive now. And so that worried me. And if I'm not wanting to stop progress, I'm not wanting to hurt anybody financially. I think that a crematorium is necessary, but I do think that it needs to be away from the population so that mercury in the air and air particles, mercury that might happen to end up in water somewhere, and our treatment plant doesn't catch it. I don't want to feel that we, as a community, allowed this to happen. And so I would also suggest that we do some kind of a study to see where a crematorium would best fit in our area so that our community and the surrounding areas can be serviced by a crematorium, so that we don't have to suffer and wait for our loved ones to be cremated so that we can have a funeral service for them. I really think that we need to take our time on this, and I know that Mr. and Mrs. Rogers have waited for a long time, but when you've waited 20-some years. I don't think another year or so is going to, create that much of an impediment to moving forward on this particular issue. But I just wanted to let you know how I felt when I read about the mercury. It brought back a lot of mixed feelings, and I'm very concerned about that one particular element that may or may not get into the air, into the water. We want to have a community that is safe for everyone. So, thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you.
Mr. Mayor.
Councilman Olivari?
Mr. Marcus, Mr. Rogers got all the paperwork to put that cremation on his property. Everything is legit from the state, from the city.
So as far as the crematorium, he had to go for the special use permit, and he went through the city of Las Vegas. He wouldn't have to go through the state until he commences construction. The city doesn't have a building inspector, that is correct, but the state acts as our building inspector. So as a commercial business, they would come into the city of Las Vegas for zoning clearance. That's why he went to the Board of Adjustment, so that he can receive zoning clearance to go ahead and proceed to the state to commence construction of that building. The state then will inspect that building because it's a commercial building.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Marcus. And another thing, the thing is that we live in a small town. I say 80% or 70% of the people here burn wood in the wintertime. We all smell smoke on the wintertime, our kids, our grandfathers, grandmothers, and everything. And we've been doing this for the past 100 years. And we all get sick of smoke, but how much mercury is that intake going to come out of Mr. Rogers' crematory? We don't know. We don't know how much. We don't know. If the regulations are, if he's got the right facility and the right equipment that he's got there, I don't think that we're not going to have a problem with that. Some of the people were talking that, there's two in Santa Fe, one in Española, in the residential areas, and I don't think if they had any problems with it, because if they do, I'm pretty sure if anything happens to any of our kids, I'm pretty sure they're going to go sue Mr. Rogers for something, And we don't know what's going to happen. Thank you, Mr. Marcus.
Thank you.
No, it works. Thank you all for your input. It's always important to get as much input as possible when making decisions. The Board of Adjustments did approve this. They recommended to Mayor and Council. Staff went beyond the call of duty, notifying within 100 feet. That's what the ordinance requires. The petitions that are signed from, most of them, from away from 100 feet. They're signed through the whole community. The regulations, it's up to the state to regulate. We have nothing to do with that. Building inspection should be done also by the state. We have nothing to do with that. And Mr. Martinez, I will correct you. I was in the council in 2006, from 2002 to 2006. And I was one of 8 that approved this back then. To me, I still stand in the same boat that I did 18 years ago. There's evidence here that it's not harmful. Stuff that people throw in the trash cans is more harmful than what comes out of this chimney. I think that our community has suffered a long time by having, like someone testified earlier, having to wait on our loved ones to come back from other places, the traveling during winter months and so forth. It's a burden to our community. And I thank Mr. Rogers and Bill and Brenda for providing this service to the community. I mean, we had one funeral home closed down a couple of years back. And both our funeral homes have been owned by these individuals for a long time, and we don't even know how long, that will be. I mean, there's other smaller communities in the north that do not have this service, that depend on us over here. It'd be nice to have something here in the north, because everybody from Colorado state line down to Las Vegas, New Mexico have to go to Española or Santa Fe. And it's a burden on people. Lastly, I'd like to ask the city attorney, does this permit go if there's a change of ownership? Does it continue with the new owner, or does that new owner have to reapply?
It would follow the business, sir. The way that the ordinance reads, it would follow the business. So as long as the business is continuing to operate, it will operate with the business. Our ordinance also says that if the business ceases to operate for at least 6 months, the special use permit at that point is void. So it would continue to operate so long as the business is open.
And I don't know what the reasoning, why it took 18 years for Mr. Rogers to bring it back, but, it's something that's needed, and I think that, I don't believe that it's harmful with all the documentation that we've received up here from information that we've gotten from the professionals. I think the state will regulate it, and if it's a case that it's not being safe for the public, they will shut it down, just like anything else, like a liquor store or like everything else. I mean, I'm glad that, I'm going to bring this up. The next item on our agenda, or one of the items on our agenda, is the same vicinity, right behind, in the alleyway. And last month, there was somebody that dropped 40, 50, 60 tires in the alleyway. And that's an environmental issue. That's a hazardous issue. That's a safety issue. But nobody reported it.
Yes, they did.
Okay, somebody reported it and somebody reported to me. But either way, well, these guys go and take care of that problem. They see that issue on that item as a house that has been vacant, that the roof is collapsed, and we're going to deal with that next. But nobody, and that was more endangering to me than this right here. Anybody could get in there, it's accessible to the public, and nobody reported it. And now we're going to hopefully tear it down and vanish it. But that is more dangerous in our neighborhood than something like this. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you. So just for the record and for clarification, a lot of questions were asked here by the community, and I thank them. But I just want to assure again, for the record, Lucas, so according to our ordinance, everything, the posting of the signs, the notification, and I guess even, I don't know if the attorney has been involved since the beginning, did we follow our ordinance to the T?
Mr. Mayor, members of the city council, from our review of the file, referencing all our ordinance, it appears that everything was followed as far as notice. The public hearing was, there was sufficient notice of the public hearing in front of the Board of Adjusters. There was posting on the signs, there was hand deliveries. So as far as legal is concerned, and review of the file, everything was followed as per our ordinances require.
So posting of the signs, everything was done?
Yes, sir. They were included in the packets.
Okay. And then the next part, I know there's the concern of the environmental, and I don't know if Mr. Rogers could come up, because this question would be for him. This crematorium, would it be up to standards, EPA standards? It's a new crematorium, it's not something you're buying, that's been used, that...
Yes, Your Honor. A report has to be submitted to the New Mexico Environmental Protection Agency for their review, and then they would make recommendations.
And do you know how often they would be on top of it, or how often? What's the lifespan of this crematorium? I know, with anything in technology, after a while, certain standards, for instance, wood stoves, right? They're their EPA, you know, the new ones, the EPA standards that they meet, but after a certain amount of time, they don't meet those EPA standards, so of course you have to replace them. So I'm just curious, do we know how long those?
The Board of Funeral Service does the inspections for crematories and funeral homes, and that's done once a year. And then we're on a maintenance contract with the crematory people that we're buying the crematory from. And they will maintain the crematory. Every 100 cases that are done, then we have to recondition the crematory under the maintenance contract to refreshen it, to make it ready for another 100 or whatever.
Mr. Mayor, if I may as well, just based off that line of questioning, I also want to inform the council that the council can condition this special use permit. For example, Mr. Mayor, members of the council, is you can choose to approve today on the condition that EPA and those licenses are approved, if that's the pleasure of the council. So you can condition the special use permit today. It does not have to be conditioned or recommended by the Board of Adjusters. The council can do that under our ordinance, and until those conditions are met, or you make them reoccurring conditions, the special use permit will then be based off those conditions. If the council wants to impose those conditions on the permit, you can do that under our ordinance.
Thank you. And one last question, Mr. Marcus. I know it's a business. What's the facility? What's it zoned as?
I don't have the zone with me, sir, but it is zone commercial right now. You know what I mean? It is a commercial business. So it probably has a different zone, spot zone compared to what they are in the community there, which is R2 over there. So I don't have exactly what commercial zone it is, but I can get that for you, sir, and advise later on.
And then the reason I bring that up is I know, you know, it's in a residential area, and that's the unfortunate part. Sometimes we have spot zoning where we have commercial within a business area, and it seems like the business is operating, but somewhere down the line, you know, that property was put in a residential area, was passed, it went through the same procedure that we're going through. You know, so it's not like, you know, the decision back in 2006 and probably through the board adjustment, it's not like they're just approving this or have approved it to be put into a residential area. The business, I just want to clarify that it is right now in a commercial area. Am I correct?
Yes, sir. This pretty much, what he went for is to go ahead and get the special use permit for to put the crematorium in an area where it's not allowed. So, but the special use, he is allowed, so that means, like the way the city attorney said, that we can condition it however the board sees fit.
And just to clarify, I would be real cautious to not place an extreme amount of conditions, and then you start getting a little confusing. So I think the conditions have to be, if the council wants conditions on the special use permit, very straightforward, and we make sure that they can be met within a certain amount of time, et cetera, et cetera.
Mr. Mayor, councilors. Yeah, the information that was received to the council, the packet from Mr. Rogers at this point, the information that he submitted to the city, would that be or can be available to the public within that residential area so that they can also have the information that was also given to us? Mr. Rogers, okay. You know, I want to go back and I want to thank the public for the opportunity to hear them, okay? Number one, is it something that anybody wants next to them? Well, you probably don't feel that that's a good thing to have. But it's also a service that is an important service to have in our community. We're in the northeastern part of the state. We're considered the hub of the northeastern part of the state. So when you think about cremations happening within the state, we've got all these little villages like Mora and Roy and Wagon Mound. And again, I feel for those people that have to wait for the ability to get that cremation taken care of, because it is a time frame. And it does not put anything to rest. I did look at all the information that you said. I read all of it, and I understand most of it. And I know and I feel confident that you're not purchasing something that is going to be environmentally hazard. But I too would like to see if we move forward with something that we do have some set of conditions so that we could be reassured that it is inspected, that the filtration system does work. And I know you got to keep this in mind as well, for the general public, that, a business license is needed every year for the city of Las Vegas. So when you think about a business license, that means that it has to pass the fire department. The fire department goes in there, does an inspection, and allows that business license to either continue or they'll basically stop it. So I just want to make sure that the public knows that those conditions happen every year. And if they hadn't happened in the past, they will continue to happen moving forward. So I just want to be clear about that too, so. Mr. Mayor?
Just one last question to the attorney. In your review of the case here, was there anything in statute that they have to go through besides, I know, he has to go through the Board of Funeral? Is there
Yeah.
anything else that you saw in statute that's concerning?
No, Mr. Mayor, members of the city council, unfortunately, there's not anything really regulating as far as emissions and things of those sorts. They do have to go through the occupational license statutes. They have to go through all their own permitting, their own licensing regulation. That's under statute. I believe it's section 61, 32(1) to 32(31). They also have to go through RLD, which is the Regulation and Licensing Divisions of the state of New Mexico, who also do inspections, provide their licenses, things of those sorts. So those are the type of things that I saw in review. It appears from review of the file that, Mr. Rogers and his funeral home do meet all those requirements. As far as statute's concerned, again, they meet those requirements as well because their thing is granted. I think another thing to note as well is under these licensing regulations, there needs to be additional buildings to the crematorium. And they won't get a license without those additional buildings. Some of these would include a chapel, things of those sorts, refrigeration. So essentially to put a crematorium standalone in a different area of the city or the county would be nearly impossible without actually creating an entire funeral home. This is just reading off the licensing division. And so there was nothing that we saw that was concerning in terms of licensing and regulation.
And one last question, I don't know, Chief Span, who would over the fire department, would the state fire marshal's office be involved in this, or is it at our level?
It would be state fire and ourselves to make sure all regulations are met, and then CID would inspect the installation itself.
So what I'm gathering here is within all this, it's not just the city oversight, there's gonna be a lot of state oversight on this?
Mr. Mayor, I would venture to say that's correct. As far as, there may even be some federal oversight with the EPA, if there's a standard that they have to follow with the federal government as well. So There's going to be several things that they're going to need to follow yearly, in my opinion, in order to maintain their business license. And it's not necessarily a condition you have to make in your motion either, that they remain under the business license in order to have this crematorium or this special use permit, because that's already in our ordinance. And so the minute they lose their business license, and 6 months after that, the special use permit is at that point void. They would have to restart the process. So if they fail some type of inspection, or they fail some other type of standard that they're required to follow, and they lose their license, the special use permit would then cease to exist as well.
And I just want to, I know, Ms. Sanchez, you have your hand up, but right now, the public input portion already happened. So this is just discussion amongst the governing body, and at that point, if the council has questions to ask you, not that we're avoiding you, but that's just, the procedure of the governing body. Mr. Pro Tem?
Call for the question.
Okay, at this time, just a reminder that right now,
Nobody has made a motion, though. You can't call for the question if there's no motion.
That's what I'm saying. You call for a motion. Call for the question to make a motion.
Just make a motion.
Mr. Mayor, I'd like to go ahead and make a motion to approve Mr. Rogers for a cremation at 2315 Hot Springs Boulevard.
Okay, so, Ms. Cassandra, just for clarification, right now, the specific question is to uphold the decision. Am I correct? That's what the
That
motion
is
should be.
correct, Mayor.
So the motion should state to uphold the decision of the Board of Adjustment. If that's what the governing body would like.
If you want to state it that way, that's fine, Mr. Mayor, to uphold the decision.
I have a motion by Councilman Pro Tem Montoya. Do I have a second?
Mr. Mayor, I will second.
I have a second by Councilman Martinez. Roll call.
Counselor Olivari?
Yes.
Counselor Montoya?
Yes.
Counselor Casey? No. Counselor Martinez?
Yes.
I have a motion by Counselor Montoya, a second by Counselor Martinez to uphold. Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Motion carries.
Thank you.
Mr. Mayor, moving on back to our scheduled agenda, mayor's appointments, reports, recognitions, proclamations. We have a few appointments.
If we could keep it quiet because we're continuing the business. Apologize for that. Go ahead, Ms. Cassandra.
The first appointment is appointment of Jeff Salmon to the Tree Board.
Okay. So with this, I was asked that Mr. Jeff Salmon be added to the tree board by members of the tree board. And it was recommendation. So with that, I'll entertain a motion unless there's questions.
Mr. Mayor.
Pro Tem.
Mr. Salmons, what's his address?
Mr. Spencer, do you have Mr. Salmon's address?
Does he live within the city limits?
He does live within city limits.
Thank you. Mr. Mayor, I'll make a motion to approve Mr. Jeff Selman.
Motion by Pro Tem Montoya. Do I have a second?
Second.
Second by Councilman Olivari. Roll call.
Counselor Casey? Yes. Counselor Martinez?
Yes.
Counselor Montoya?
Yes.
Counselor Olivari?
Yes.
I have a motion by Counselor Montoya, second by Counselor Olivari. Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Motion carries. Next appointment is of Mr. Lee Einer to the Design and Review Board.
At this time, I'm recommending Mr. Lee Einer to the Design Review Board. We were short a member, and I know it's, according to our ordinances, we're not operating to the full capacity. So with that, I've asked Mr. Lee Einer, and I know he's here, to be on the board.
Mr. Mayor,
Pro Tem?
what's Mr. Einer's address?
Mr. Einer, what is your address?
Yeah, Ward 4.
507 South Pacific Street. Thank you. With that, Mr. Mayor, I'll make a motion to approve Lee Einer to the Design Review Board.
Motion by Pro Tem Montoya. Do I have a second?
Second.
Second by Councilman Martinez. Roll call.
Counselor Montoya? Yes. Counselor Casey? Yes. Counselor Olivari? Counselor Martinez?
Yes.
I have a motion by Counselor Montoya, second by Counselor Martinez. Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Motion carries.
Thank you. Congratulations, Mr. Leiner.
The next appointment is of Star Ford to the Board of Adjustment and Planning and Zoning Commission.
The same thing with this one. I took a recommendation from our Community Development Director. I know we're missing an individual there, and he made the suggestion, and I think we need to fill up these boards and commissions. So with that, I asked that she be put on the agenda.
Mr. Mayor, what's his address?
Ward 4, I believe. Ward 2. 1. Ward 4.
Make a motion, Mr. Mayor, to appoint
Motion.
Star Ford to the
Motion
Board of
by Pro Tem
Adjustments.
Montoya, second.
Second, sir.
Second by Councilman Martinez. Roll call.
Counselor Olivari?
Yes.
Counselor Martinez?
Yes.
Counselor Casey?
Yes.
Counselor Montoya?
Yes.
I have a motion by Counselor Montoya, second by Counselor Martinez. Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Motion carries. And the last appointment is appointment of Benito Pacheco in Ward 2 to the Charter Commission.
All right. So this one, I know we couldn't find anybody in Ward 2, so I started, and I know, Mr. Pro Tem, you had been asking and you hadn't found anybody. I went ahead and started asking myself. You're right, a few did reject. Mr. Benito Pacheco, who works at New Mexico Highlands University, has, accepted. I think he brings some knowledge and some leadership, and I think he would be good for the Charter Commission. With that, I'd also like to state that I've asked Ms. Cassandra to go ahead and, once this appointment is done here tonight, that she set up basically like an intro with the Charter Commission. I know we're still waiting for an attorney for the Charter Commission, but at least we start the introduction, basically give them their roles, and then from there on, we'll be able to proceed, because I know, Ms. Cassandra, what's our deadline? I think we have March?
March is
March, so,
on the timeline. Yeah.
yeah, so this we'll have to speed up on it, but Ms. Cassandra is already working on a date and getting her the numbers of those that we've already appointed.
Mr. Mayor,
Pro Tem?
I make a motion to approve Benito Pacheco to the Charter Commission.
Motion by Pro Tem Montoya, second by Councilor Casey. Roll call.
Counselor Martinez?
Yes.
Counselor Casey?
Yes.
Counselor Montoya? Counselor Olivari? Yes. I have a motion by Counselor Montoya, second by Counselor Casey. Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Motion carries.
Thank you.
Mr. Mayor, do you have a report?
I don't, I do, but I'll hold it off for next week just because we have a lot to go.
Mr. Mayor, next on the agenda is Counselors' reports.
Councilors?
Mr. Mayor?
Councilor Casey?
Mr. Mayor, my comments this evening are both counselor comments and a point of personal privilege. I've served on this council since 2016, and that term ended in 2020, and again from 2022 to when this term ends next year. As a matter of decorum, the council in years past, going to the time before I first served, has always had presentations which were strictly informational. Never until these last few years has the council questioned or engaged in any exchange during presentations with any of the presenters. Presentations were informational and educational. If any member of the governing body had a question or wanted more information, that person would contact the presenter at a later day or time. This maintained the decorum of the meeting of the governing body while ensuring that presenters, regardless of who they were or what their status was on a particular issue, were treated with dignity and respect. I am requesting that you, Mr. Mayor, reinstate that simple and respectful manner of conducting a presentation. None of the members of the governing body should question or engage the presenter at any time during their presentation. I'm requesting that you start this procedure, reinstate it, reinforce the rules of decorum, that were followed in years past, and that you do so immediately. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Counselor. Counselors?
Mr. Mayor.
Councilman Martinez?
I just want to reach out to to Travis Martinez from the city of Las Vegas for taking care of Independence Avenue, which has been, it's been a problem for the past few years, I'm sure. Prior to me getting on the council, the roadway was basically interrupted, messed up for at least a couple of years that I know of. But the people in the area are the ones that deal with it on a daily basis. So I'd like to say thank you for those people for being patient. And thank you again to Mr. Travis Martinez for ensuring that that street got taken care of, because it's not only part of our community, it is part of my ward, but I appreciate the progress moving forward. So again, I want to say thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Cassandra? What was that? Councilman Lubadi? No comment.
So you're not going to do anything about my request?
When we get to presentations, I was going to go ahead and I do want you to know, Councilor Casey, that I've already, as you saw tonight, we have a timer. I was already working on that. I know you noted that here today. Presentations from here on out, I had already spoke with the city manager, Ms. Cassandra, as the presentations only, so I was already working on that prior to your comments here tonight, so thank you.
Thank you very much.
Mr. Mayor. On a more
Councilman.
positive note, I'd like to just let the citizens know that Legion Drive is almost completed. Hopefully, we'll have some kind of a ribbon cutting ceremony, and we need some small details taken care of, some sidewalk replacement and curb replacement and so forth. I'm going to thank the Public Works Department, our staff, our city manager, for ensuring that project, was completed. It did take a long time, and weather permitting, we had a lot of rain this year. So, our neighborhood and our constituents were very patient with me in getting that road through. The other one is university, and, again, I've been hearing complaints that we're taking too long and this and the other, and we're pushing dirt back in and back out. We leave that stuff to the professionals. And construction takes time. We got to have patience when construction comes our way or in our neighborhoods. We just got another $4.2 million for the Criston Circle that will be doing other projects. And, they take time. And we have to deal with the barrels. We have to deal with the cones. So be patient. You don't want to have potholes. Well, we got to do the whole street in itself. From Legion, we learned the university is being done in phases instead of the whole project at once. El Criston will be doing it in phases also. So just be patient with us. It entails utilities, underground drainage, the whole works. We got to do line locations. There's a lot to it. It needs to happen. But we thank you. Mayor and Council, we thank you for having patience with us. We're putting a lot of money towards our roads, and hopefully we'll complete them all within the next year, hopefully. But thank you. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you.
Mr. Mayor, moving on to our city manager's report, we have our city manager, Mr. Tim Montgomery.
Mr. Montgomery?
Mayor and council, thank you again for having me here tonight to go through my manager's report. Mr. Leon, if you can help get it up. Sorry about that, folks. Change cables. I apologize for that. So always the good news is starting with welcoming our new employees that have been hired. Within the finance department, we had Chastity Garcia, she's our general accountant. Jennifer Silva, purchasing agent supervisor. Within the police department, Destiny Pacheco, a violent crimes victim advocate. Jose Trujillo, police officer. Within the Recreation Center, we have Sarah Garcia, Recreation Specialist, Anthony Lucero, Recreation Aide, Fabian Montoya, Recreation Aide. Within the Gas Department, Joshua Grano, Gas Laborer. Within the Utilities Department, Colleen Nix, this is a wastewater operator in training. And within Community Development, Thomas Fernandez, Marketing Coordinator. So I'm happy to bring these 9 individuals on board. Moving into our city department updates. For the finance department, the city is approved now to participate in the New Mexico State Treasurer's Office Overnight Investment Program. I'm happy to announce that. That's something that has taken some time. I will also announce that we signed today our notice of loss, and our $98 million should be deposited by the end of the month. So that will go into the investment program. The finance department is brainstorming paperless processing through the Tyler system. This would be not only a time saver, but also location saver. So when it comes to purchase orders, requisitions, any of our contracts that would process through the Tyler system, we could log in wherever we are working or whatever building we're in, and we can do our approvals through the system rather than having paper. The finance director is making progress drafting a new city investment policy. The finance committee will make recommendations prior to coming to the council. The finance department is revising the monthly financial report to include different things like budget, our investments, our cash balances, and other pertinent reports like the activity within our FEMA monies. Community development has had 11 business licenses renewed and 9 new business licenses in the month of August, 25 residential building permits and 11 commercial permits, 257 code enforcement calls. And I just want to say, going back 2 months, we were at 119, and they have steadily increased those calls for service. There were 36 citations for court, 14 red tags posted, 3 abandoned vehicle notices, 1 cease and desist notice, and 64 violations issued. Just to call out the difference between the citations. Citations are literal citations given to an individual or a business, and that again is en route to court, whereas our violations are speaking to the individuals and trying to correct the issue before citation is given. Transportation ridership is down 18%. We had 1,792 riders. And again, that's come down. We anticipated that in the month of July. We had an increase due to the students and youth going to the rec center during those programs. As far as events, KNMX City Talk Radio program occurs on the 2nd and 4th Wednesday of each month. And KFUN City Talk Radio program is on the 1st and 3rd Thursday of each month. There will be a blood drive on September 17th and September 27th at the Abe Montoya Rec Center. Balloon Fiesta is coming up October 4th through October 13th. And there are several events in preparation. And rather than list them out, I'd say continue monitoring the city website at lasvegasnm.gov. We have a lot of events continuing. Our reservoir storage, we've actually come down 15 acre feet since last month. We have 42.2 acre feet at Peterson Reservoir, 1,271.9 acre feet at Story Lake, and 288.2 acre feet at Bradner, for a total of 1,602.3 acre feet. Again, this has come down 15 acre feet since last month. The city storage tanks, which we rarely call out in these presentations, but we have 6.5 million gallons in our storage tanks, and that is approximately 4.5 days of usage and storage. And I'm happy to say that the water treatment plant has continued to maintain water in storage so that we don't end up in a situation if we have flooding or contamination to our reservoirs. So I'm very happy to say we're keeping up with our usage, and we are fully open with all businesses for the car wash, laundry, and restaurants. Again, the Human Resource Department processed 9 new hires in August. There are 7 pending recommendations for hire. ASME negotiations are complete, and that will be presented later this evening. There will be a hiring event at the DVR Transition Fair at New Mexico Highlands. And again, this is for special needs. This will take place on September 26th. HR is working with the city manager on leadership trainings for directors, and we're looking at several different trainings to offer. We have been meeting with different vendors and so forth, so that will come forward soon. HR is working with departments on employee accountability and progressive discipline. I'll talk about that a bit more in a few slides. And then working on modifying several HR forms. For example, the performance evaluation form needs updates, so we have more areas for comment and establishing goals. The municipal court, the court fee calculation was originally to be updated on July 1st, and the fees flow through to DFA, general fund account. This has been placed on hold until further review, and this really is coming down to the federal government looking at appropriate use of fees and what should those fees be. So we're on hold with that right now. The municipal court building is not in ADA compliance. There's no wheelchair access through the entry point. This is something that we are trying to address, whether it be a location change or changes to the building itself. And the roof has been leaking, which has resulted with carpet damage. And mold evaluation is also taking place on this facility. The contract with the San Miguel County Detention Center for housing inmates is in process. We had a productive meeting, I'm happy to say. A draft contract will be brought to both the City Council and County Commission to bring conclusion to that contract. The fire department was awarded $131,250 for the firefighter recruitment fund. These funds will be broken down, paying for new hires, new firefighters over 3 years. They've been attending several certification courses. 2 have attended the firefighter 1 and 2 level. 1 hazmat awareness and operations. 10 have attended Swiftwater Rescue Awareness and Operations and Technician, 15 Rope Rescue Awareness and Operations, and 11 attended the Tactical Emergency Casualty Care. Implementation of the new Community Connect program. This is a program similar to like when you get weather alerts on your cell phone. This program is the same situation, only for our community specifically. There's been 114 registered users at this time. There were 101 calls for service in the month of August. I didn't do a breakdown of those because there are so many categories. I can give you additional information if you like. And then also John, if everybody knows John at El Romero Fire Museum, is very good at bringing individuals into the museum. He was open 17 days in the month of August and brought in 307 visitors. Another thing that's taking place at this point is working with the Sulzer Group on disaster recovery. And I wanted to talk a little bit about what takes place when we're working with the Sulzer Group, because there are several steps or stages that we go through. There's a life cycle. So when it comes to disaster recovery itself, we deal with the disaster response. So we're dealing with the fire. We dealt with the fire itself, and now we're in the mode of identifying and assessing damage to the city of Las Vegas. The next step will be identify and pursue funding resources, whether it goes through public assistance or if it goes through the FEMA claims office. Once our projects are developed, I'm just going to say at this point, we had the example of, we had the fire, then we had the flood, and then we dealt with the water treatment plant itself. That's the project development, and that's where we are. We're coming up with what are we going to do with that project. The next slide will go into a little more detail. When the project funding arrives, like it just has, we then go through project execution. And then we go through grant management. These are federal funds. We will be audited. It's just a matter of time. But there's a life cycle for disaster recovery and coming up with the projects themselves. Once we have the projects themselves, we go through project management. So we have the project identification, we come up with the scope, we define what the project is. We design the management, whether it be going through stages, like right now we're dealing with the water treatment system. We're going to go through several different stages to determine what is this project. Is it going to deal with water storage, water treatment, pre-treatment, a vac system? There's several different things that we'll come up with designing the management. Once we design the management of that project, we're going to go through the procurement and the contracting of the project. Then we'll go through the construction administration and support. Once we have the stages and the contractors in place, we're going to have to follow through with getting the system in on time, making sure that we're following procurement code, that we keep our project in line with the scope of those monies. And then we go through a project closeout, which is all of our file maintenance and keeping us prepared for the federal audit that is going to come. The fun slides I like to do, I only have one this time, but it's progress at the city. We had the Fall Fiesta Parade. That went really well. We had a pretty good turnout, I think, at the plaza for all the music and so forth. And there's some pictures there just showing parts of the parade, parts of those that came along, like the senators and commissioners and so forth. We also had a majority of our governing body and directors attend the New Mexico Municipal League down in Clovis. And that was a really good experience because there's a lot of networking taking place, a lot of contacts. I felt like I met so many people that can give me guidance, give me support. And I think all the directors and governing body experienced that. We also had discussion groups that I think opened our eyes to the fact water is a situation across the state. For example, there's different ways of looking at the water situation. Part of it included not only just developing wells and so forth, but understanding that there's aquifers throughout the state. And our water may not necessarily be here, but we need to transport water. And that was something that was kind of new for me to even think of. So it was a good league. I'm happy to have had that chance to go. So before I move forward with this next slide, I want to call out that I am not speaking about any individual. I am giving concept. So we have a lot of challenges at the city. We are working with complaints that come in from residents, dealing with roads, utility billing, trash, the dogs. There's many different things that come in phone call wise and email wise that we know are challenges. Building maintenance, whether it be routine building maintenance, the landscaping around the buildings, dealing with mold. Website insufficiencies. Our website's outdated and it's not user-friendly. We have old pictures on there that have individuals that don't even work for the city anymore. Abatements, I apologize, I skipped one. Code violations. Code violations is a big challenge for us. We have vendors that are out there that don't have a business license to be working. We have construction projects taking place that don't have permits. We have the continuation of weeds. There's many code violations that are occurring out there. Abatements is another one. Abatements is one where it takes a significant amount of time to actually find property ownership because property has been handed down through the families, locating those individuals and being able to communicate with those individuals of what to do with that property. We also have an operating culture, as I call it. There's been lack of accountability. I'm dealing with personnel side of things right now and prioritization of where should our focus be on a day-to-day basis and looking out to the future. And then there's a volume issue. It takes time to get through things. We're in a lot of meetings and it's nonstop. And that's not a problem, that's our job. But it's got to be understood that there is a large volume of issues. So when I look at what are we actually doing in the executive office, my priority has been increased transparency. When I came in, it was incredibly important to me to make sure I'm communicating not only with the governing body, but also with my directors. Customer service. Customer service has to be a priority, and that's relating back to the complaints that come through, the abatements and so forth. Code enforcement. The water treatment system. We've spent 2.5 months dealing with this water treatment system, and it's going to continue. And I talked a little bit about the life cycle a couple slides back. That takes a significant amount of time. The post-fire claims. We've worked with the water, but we have many other issues. We still need to deal with post-fire impacts to other departments, whether it be animal shelter, public works, the senior center, and so forth. We're going to be spending a lot of time between now and November 14th to make sure we have the proper claims put into the system. Once that's done, we're going to continue on with FEMA claims. So the post-fire claims are going to continue for quite some time. We've spent quite a bit of time building relations with FEMA, the state, and the county specific to the fire. We have issues that we're focused on with building maintenance. We need to maintain our buildings better, whether it be cleaning the air filters, going from season to season, cleaning out the rain gutters, or dealing with mold. We're still dealing with City Hall. We're also spending quite a bit of time with our investments and going through a budget call to make sure that we have proper budgets in place. Union negotiations has taken a considerable amount of time. Personnel accountability. This is all about making sure we're training our directors and their staff. They know what their jobs are. We're giving them the support they need and then hold them accountable. Director training. We had a great training today, I believe. I hope the directors feel that way. But we're needing to put quite a bit of time into staff. Communication with the directors is a daily activity. We talk about the things that are happening on a daily basis, events that are taking place, and so forth. There's a lot of communication that takes place. Grant management. We spoke of this last month. We have $26 million in our grants, and that takes a considerable amount of time to keep those records in place and make sure that we're getting the funding from the state back to us. One of my commitments is meeting schedules. In the past, meetings were canceled a lot, or people had to sit and wait to get into meetings. I put a lot of effort into making sure that my meetings take place, that I don't delay them, and that those meetings remain beneficial. We have our review and signatures for MOUs, travel, procurement, contracts, and so forth. That takes quite a bit of time. We're also working on the city charter. As an update, the RFP for the attorneys will close tomorrow and we open on Friday. Our ICIP and being prepared for what are the priorities, and we have done that with the governing body, and that has been submitted now through the portal. And then also reviewing our ordinances. My point here is not to call out that we're busy, but my point is we have a lot of priorities and we need to figure out where to put those priorities. The little picture I have there is having a vision. We need to have a vision, come up with a strategy, execute it, and make sure we have success. Again, I'm not calling out anybody, but the focus at the city, there's many matters requiring attention. We're giving our sincere efforts to address those matters. We have tools like the city charter, the master plan, and the governing body to take us through those items. But priorities are important to us. We need to have established city priorities. It's essential. Without established priorities, it creates an environment of constant stress and hurry, because at that point, everything's considered a priority, and it does have an impact on individuals. It creates an unmanageable to-do list and a feeling of overwhelm. Quality and strategic thinking are often sacrificed when we're in a rush because we're just trying to get it done. So changing priorities. If we change our priorities, if you stop and think about the change in my leadership and the change in the governing body, it leads to a yes man syndrome. This is a path of least resistance. There's an overload of commitments because we're saying yes to everything. There's also that loss of strategic thinking. When an issue comes along and then we just say, yes, we're going to handle it, then we're not thinking about how is this going to impact us in a week, a month, a year. The endless to-do list. When we are changing priorities, it becomes volume versus unrealistic understanding. We put everything on the list. It becomes task paralysis. There's a loss of effectiveness because we have a long list and everything is still considered a priority. And when you walk into the room, if you have a long list of priorities, it's almost like walking into a room and everybody's talking at once. You can't hear, you can't think. We start multitasking. Multitasking really is an illusion of productivity. I got this done, I got that done, I got that done, but did I do it right? Did I think strategically? It's mentally exhausting, and we make mistakes. The constant change of focus, that turns to a lack of predictability. My calendar, for example, I am booked out 3 weeks, and when my calendar changes on a daily basis, I can't plan on when I'm going to work. It becomes a frenzied approach. There's lost morale, frustration, and lack of enthusiasm and momentum. And I did put the website here. These aren't my opinions. These are studies that are done, and it's through fibreio.com. Again, not pointing at anybody. It's just we need to prioritize. Leadership. We need clearly defined leadership roles. What is the difference between the governing body, directors, city manager? Too many leaders can create confusion or lack of direction. There can be overlap of duties, and areas of responsibility can create a waste of time and duplication of effort. So for the city manager strategy, when I went through my interviews and I came on board, I wanted to emphasize improving transparency. I hope I've done that. My guiding principles were my foundation. Again, you're all probably tired of hearing them, but safety, respect, integrity, and teamwork. Those are the foundations I've lived by through my 30-year career. The what's in it for me attitude, it's not pointed to anybody, but what's in it for me is not teamwork. Establishing priorities is something that we're starting to work on now. We need clearly defined roles. A great example is when we go through an emergency situation. What is the role of each department or each individual? We need to develop a communication strategy. We don't get to have working sessions. We don't get to speak as a group. We hold one-on-one meetings, and those are great, but we never get together as a group. So goals and results is establishing the ability to have hard discussions. This is something I'm working very closely with the directors on. We have to have hard discussions at times with our staff. Those hard discussions are giving honest feedback so that we can then hold them accountable for what they are to do. If we have honest, hard discussions, we hold the staff accountable, then we're able to have stability and growth. And I don't know if any of you remember when we were down in Clovis, but we had a presenter there that used the phrase, "What else is possible?" And it was a very positive presentation. I really did like it. And I'd like to know here what else is possible, because I feel we're headed in a really good direction. We need to keep our communication going, the transparency, keep that going and building on our priorities. Thank you.
Thank you. Tim, every presentation you give is in awe and something different and eye-opening, so thank you. Councilors?
They're building on each other, sir.
Councilors?
Mr. Mayor,
Councilman Martinez?
I want to go back and thank you to, Mr. City Manager. You do hear a lot of the councilors come in and visit with you and kind of have to hear all of our problems in a way. But you do a real good job of handling each one of us and making sure that you're listening to us and you're getting, things taken care of appropriately. And, I don't want to misinform the public, but when we get things done in our community, anything done in our community, it does funnel through you. And, I do thank the people that are calling me back, maybe like Travis, and saying, hey, we got that piece of street taken care of for you in your ward, and that's a very, very impressive thing to do and hear. But there's more to it than just that phone call. It's you listening to the counselors, us, our part, listening to the general public to make sure that those things get carried through. So again, your job is a very important role to me, and I applaud you for that. And I thank you for the hard work that you do for us daily.
Mr. Mayor?
Thank you. First of all, thank you for your leadership, and the possibilities are in this.
Thank you. I appreciate that.
Fall Festival, two concerns that were brought to me from the citizens, and I attended most of the weekend, Fall Festival, where dogs loose, dogs in a leash, and skateboards. That there shouldn't be no room for them during the fiestas or during the fall fiestas at the park. Take it for what it's worth, okay? The other one is you'd hit a nail on the head by pointing out the website. And I know you're tired of hearing it, but,
I hear you.
that website, is outdated, a lot of misinformation, a lot of turnover has happened, and people are still in that, and as well as in signatures and so forth. We paid a good penny for that system, and I don't know how long it would take anybody to take down a picture, but it's been months, and I don't know how long it takes to convert or add information or delete information, or who has to approve it, or the process. But, I see other websites, they're on the ball. Somebody lives today, boom, you're gone. Your name's gone, everything. But in our website, we have people there from months that have left the city for whatever reasons. But, it is an issue. The OEM position, where are we on that, and are we gonna take part on that? And I feel we should take part on it, but if there was an emergency today, who has that title? Or who has that position?
Yes, so stepping back on that, I had a meeting with Joy Ainsley last week. We need to discuss more the city's participation and making sure we do have a voice in the selection of that individual and how that individual be used and where they be sitting. There's disagreement right now, and that's something we have to work through, and we are going to do that.
Okay, and in that same meeting, I would recommend that you add the ambulance service to the hospital. Start that conversation to see where we're headed, see where we're gonna go from there. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you.
Mr. Mayor.
Councilman Olivari?
Thank you, team. I just want to thank you for all your good directors that you have. Usually, if I have a problem, I usually try and call them because I know you're real tied up with a lot of other things that you do. I do call Mary Jean, and she takes care of some of the stuff that we have to take care of. But your directors are doing a very good job. I want to thank them all because usually if I have a problem or something, I call them directly. and they take care of the farm. Thank you for what you do with them.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Mr. Mayor, next on the agenda is presentations not to exceed 10 to 15 minutes. Our first presentation is by Athena Bescher, who's the Executive Director and owner of Seeds of Wisdom LLC. And also joining her is Mr. Alex Makowski. And they are contracted by the State Forestry to develop an urban forest management plan. And they're giving an introduction on the work they've been hired to do.
Welcome, and again, councilors, I want to, note that this is a presentation only. If any further discussion is needed, then at that time, maybe we could invite them and actually put them on the agenda and go from there. So, Mr. Leon, if we could have a timer of 15 minutes? And welcome again. And also, thanks to the tree board for, being here in support of this effort. I know it's something that had been in the plans and we hadn't done it, so now here we are at this point, so thank you, guys.
So much for inviting us here today. My name's Athena Bescher. I'm owner and principal urban forestry designer for Seeds of Wisdom LLC. We've been in business since 2005, and this is Alex Makowicki, and our focus is with urban forestry management is trees, stormwater, habitat, and people and community and livability. So with that, Alex, do you want to introduce yourself as well?
I'm Alex Makowicki. I've been working in conservation and forestry in New Mexico for a few years now, and excited to be here.
So I hold a master's degree in natural resource, focusing on urban forestry, and I'm an ISA certified arborist. And we're honored to be here today, and it's been just really wonderful to see your process here at City Hall. And we're here to offer you just a little introduction to the urban forestry management plan that we're creating for the city of Las Vegas. A few of the things, I know it's been a long night, so we won't take too much of your time, but this just gives a little breakdown of all the facets and components of the plan. We'll be updating and expanding the tree inventory. We've already inventoried Rodriguez Park, which is absolutely wonderful. It's a beautiful space. It really is a testament to how much Las Vegas likes baseball. And we want to make sure that people could enjoy their time there by keeping some shade on the bleachers and bringing some stormwater down from those hills to help grow those trees. And we're also identifying maintenance priorities that's available through an online application, which immediately allows the Parks Division to be able to recognize where there's critical safety concerns or large trees that need immediate pruning. It also helps anyone who wants to go onto the website be able to identify what tree they're sitting under. So it has a great resource, this Tree Plotter app that has been used in Las Vegas now for several years. We're identifying replacement sites because, as we know, many trees are in decline. That's across the board in the urban forest because of the restrictions that an urban forest has. And we're identifying planting of new sites, for example, those bleachers, right next to those bleachers to make things a little more livable. And we're also hoping to provide some incentives, working with the city to offer some incentives to homeowners so that they can guide stormwater to grow their trees in the private sector. Of course, with fire, post-fire vulnerability, that's been very clear in the storms that we've had this summer, the monsoons. We want to locate those post-fire vulnerabilities, and I'll speak to that in just a minute, and as well as mapping flood impacts. It seems that every time there's a rainstorm, we see in the optic that there's someone who's having flooding issues. So one of our goals is to look at where we can find a resource uphill of that to be able to improve the stormwater infiltration before it reaches that site. We're also going to be designing for passive stormwater use using green infrastructure principles, simple passive systems that can easily be replicated at the homeowner scale. And one of the ultimate goals is to design for shade equity across the city. And we're going to do this through a few different means. Again, speaking to trees, stormwater, and people. So here's a graph that shows where we're at right now in the city of Las Vegas in terms of the diversity of species. And it is showing that the majority of 40% of the tree species that have been cataloged on in the parks and on the streets are Siberian elm, and which is, of course, an invasive species, but they're also in decline because of their age class. So what we're hoping to do is offer recommendations, not only recognize what's here, but offer recommendations for more resiliency in the canopy through new plantings and potential replacement sites where if a tree is in decline, if we cannot help support that we can offer a location for replacement. And in this way, we can reduce the canopy needs that we're relying on of the Siberian elm. We also want to see trees reaching their level of maturity, and that's where the green infrastructure comes into play. Many people cite that trees in urban settings only live 7 to 28 years, but really the real benefits come after that 28-year mark. And so we're hoping that what we can do is reduce reliance on potable water and increase the use of the stormwater to create the canopy. Of course, we want them to receive care, and that's through the collaboration and providing this information to the city parks. And we want them to be a resilient canopy that can withstand the drought, and that comes from species selection, and we will be providing you all with species selections options that that the city can use and that homeowners can use in an easy-to-understand format. We want the diversity of canopy to also reflect an ability to withstand disease and pests, and that comes with having a variety of canopy and provide shade, of course. One of the factors when we were out there inventorying some trees, we came across some gentlemen eating their lunch on Bench Street, and they were sitting in the sun along the street. And we said, well, why are you sitting in the sun? Why aren't you underneath the shade in that park that's right nearby? And they said that they're afraid of limbs falling on them. So that's an interesting story, and it's a testament to how our work can hopefully help bridge that gap between what people perceive and what actually is there, and regain that use of the park for community development. Stormwater is the second feature of the plan, and we want it to move slowly through the city and infiltrate into the ground, helping to grow these trees and making grasses grow on slopes by using systems in place to help with that infiltration of the soil. We are, of course, in a semi-arid desert, and we have water scarcity, and we have a scarcity of potable water. We don't want to rely on potable water, especially when we're having to observe when people can wash their cars or do their laundry or even drink out of the tap. So we want to be able to use that stormwater as much as we can as the primary source. And through that, we end up developing habitat, which is good for birds and also good for that connectivity to the forest that's around us. And that goes into the people, which is really one of the biggest focus for our work. But because what I'd love to see is that we have this connectivity across the city where our communities aren't separated, where they connect with one another, and where people feel comfortable, whether they're 3 years old or 90 years old, to be able to walk on the trails and reach the park system in a safe way. And we also want to look at that in ability to sit on those bleachers in the sunlight in the afternoon and have shade on that coming from that west tree that's shading that, so we don't burn our hands on the bleachers. We want people to feel safe under trees, and we want people to feel safe when it rains, because this is just a reality of what we're having to go through. There are several studies that indicate that even 15 minutes in a natural environment, especially one that is tree-focused, would have a 16% reduction in stress, 75% reduction in anger, and a 13% reduction in depression. And living in cities, we all have stress. We all have the immediate needs, and having this ability to go out into our communities without having to drive far away allows us to be able to reduce those feelings that come about and just relax the mind a little bit after all the attention that we have to have. So the other factor is that building community also helps bridge that gap of loneliness, which is a reason why the Surgeon General has requested from all of our communities to start really honing in on our park systems, because of that sense of loneliness and that sense of place that comes, which is in direct inverse connection to loneliness. So where we are now is that we've planned a few activities. I hope you all can come to them. Of course, the Harvest Festival will be there with the Municipal Tree Board in Melody Park next Friday. And we're also planning a kickoff meeting in next month on October 16th at 5:30 p.m. It's going to be in room 322 at the Highlands University, and we'll have some food there, hopefully. So please come, eat some food. And one of the factors that we're missing is the component of where, and that's where we really need your help. We have some surveys here. We have a QR code, and Alex, do you want to talk a little bit about the survey?
So like Athena said, the people and your concerns are really a large part of what will make this plan successful. And so we're really looking for input from everyone in the town to help us give an idea of where we can direct our work. So the survey goes through many of the parks in the city and has some options for places to describe these areas as well, and also your concerns with these areas. And so with this, we hope to gather areas like streets that normally flood, or like Athena was mentioning, the Plaza Park that has a lot of widowmakers and hung up limbs in the canopy. And so we're really looking for those kind of opportunities as a place for us to start our work. And so we need help from the community, and that's what this survey is getting at. And I think with the more participation we can get from the community and more involvement, then the more benefits community members can see, and the more of their concerns will be directly addressed. And I think at the end of the day, that's the best we can hope for, is that what the people are asking for is what we can start working on.
So we have, this QR code here in the survey, and we also have some here printed out for people. You can use this QR code. You just put your phone up to it, and then it'll offer you the question. One benefit to the QR code is that there's an interactive map, and that allows you to pinpoint that location where you've seen flooding or where you would like to see more shade. And we're really hoping that we can get as many of these surveys back, because this is what's going to help us drive that where. We know why we want to do it. We know what we want to do, but we don't know where you want it. And it's really a community participation event, and that's why, one of the reasons why one of our first orders of business is doing the Harvest Festival, having a booth at the Harvest Festival, and doing this kickoff meeting, which will offer a lot more information about urban forestry, and we can hear a lot more from what you all are seeing on your streets.
It's 15 minutes, Mr. Mayor. Okay. Perfect timing. So, thank you. I think this is something that you'll continue to be giving updates to the city manager and the tree board. Is that how you guys would proceed? Okay.
Yes, Mr. Mayor.
Okay. And any other direction at that time? You probably present. How long are we looking on the plan for it to be finalized?
We're hoping to reach at least a good place by next April or May, if we can.
If you need us or anything, just let us know and we'll put you on the agenda again. Thank you.
Thank you
Thank
very
you.
much.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you for all your good work.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Exit out of it.
Yeah, if you hit the escape button, just exit out.
Did I just?
Mr. Mayor, our next presentation is by New Mexico Highlands University. They're giving an update on the Jean Torres Golf Course.
Welcome.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Thank you, members of the council. As Brandon gets the slide deck up, we will not go through all the slides. We'll provide this for you for further reading at a later point. But we owe you an update on the Jean Torres Golf course. We have Aaron Fleury with, did I say your name right? Thanks.
Mr. Wolf, if you don't mind, I know who they are, but just for the record, if you don't mind.
Yeah, thanks. For the record, Neil Wolf, President, New Mexico Highlands University.
I'm Brandon Kempner, Chief of Staff at New Mexico Highlands University. Aaron Fleury, Associate Vice President of Finance and Administration.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Honorary Captain of our football team. It was a pleasure to have you out there. We won't ask you to win a coin toss again, ever.
Yeah, I apologize.
But we appreciate it. We appreciate the partnership with the city greatly. As we get this up to, I do also want to, due to recent activities at Highlands, I do want to express our sincere gratitude to Chief Span and his department. Fire Captain Atencio has been very attentive to the situation that we were working through. And so when the mayor, city manager was mentioning the training that the fire department goes through, we are direct recipients of their professionalism. So I do want to express our public gratitude to the chief and his team for their assistance. So thank you. So we'll try to plow through these slides here. I think it's really important anytime you have people from an academic institution that you have a timer involved. So we appreciate that. The first few slides are about the history of the golf course. We appreciate the partnership. As you now know, the city, the county, and the university are partnering to operate the golf course. We've hired an external partner to run the day-to-day operations. $60,000 from the city, 60 from the university, 60 from the county. And we'll have some numbers here in a short minute. But we've embarked on an exploration of what else is possible with land development at the golf course. Close to 70% of our faculty don't live in Las Vegas. We want to change that. Part of the reason they don't live here is the opportunity for housing. So part of the review that we're engaged on, and these numbers here, these are the financials that show what we budgeted with the partnership between the three entities. Overall, we are under what our budgeted numbers to what our actual revenue and expenses, net gains or our net position of $33,000. So we are operating in the black or in the green, to use a golf analogy. So we appreciate that the partnership is working well.
And we attribute that revenue difference just because we were closed for 2 weeks with the flood. So that was just a little, people couldn't get out there and golf. Then we have a number of rounds.
A little bit on the player statistics, how many people are using the golf course compared to last year. Last year numbers, 2023, were the entire season numbers. 2024 are the year to date. I think what's really helpful is the monthly average. You can see that for both 9-hole play and for 9-hole play, comparatively, we are way ahead. So we have more people there on the golf course than in previous year. Junior play is up. That's a significant emphasis of ours to get the youth out there. Both golf teams for Robertson and West have access to the course for free of charge for them. So they're out there using the course as often as they deem necessary. And memberships are up there too. Okay, so Sage Land Solutions is the entity that is providing the feasibility study, not for the golf course operations, but for the potential land development. That's a key point of distinction. Their study is preliminary at this point, so what we are presenting to you is preliminary, but it's so exciting. I want to share this information with you. We shared the information as well at the county, and so we'll continue to provide regular updates. But we are losing a large amount of leakage, both in terms of people living here, spending taxes here, as well as retail space, spending their money here in Las Vegas. So we think the golf course is a significant asset to what is possible. And so we are going to do everything we can to explore those possibilities in a reasonable and responsible way. So part of the key takeaways from the study, and when it is complete, we will certainly share this with you, but there is a huge demand of residential homes. And there is a market to fill those homes. And there is a market for additional commercial space, particularly along mills. And so we will be exploring that as well. We do have some pretty cool pictures here, and we'll share a few as we go through. But the potential planning, just really preliminary, does not impact or change the actual golf course. We want to continue to honor the legacy of Mr. Torres, and one of the great things that I've learned about is that legacy, how many people learned from him, and how many people continue to continue his legacy. So on the left on the picture is where we could potentially build homes, and we're looking at upwards of 150 single-family homes and 120-ish apartment-style homes with 86,000, 87,000 square feet of commercial space amongst mills. Okay, and there's some of the numbers there as we look at, I learned the difference between detached and attached. That has nothing to do with your relationship with your parents. That has everything to do with the relationship between your neighbor next to you. I thought it was also detached garages, but it's not. Okay. So we also are pretty, it was great for me to learn that along that road, the road's not skateboarding proof. So the skateboarders at the fiestas, send them on over our way. Sorry, too many jokes. But the land is also plumbed for water and sewer. The water and sewer is already built into the road system. Drainage, storm, we need to do improvements there. But that's a conceptual drawing of where some of this potential building could be. Okay, now what's possible. So the state provides a lot of financing options for the developers, for the partnerships, what it may look like. But as we build out what's possible, the detached homes, the attached homes, the multifamily, that's the market valuation of $154 million. Okay, that's a significant improvement for us as a university, for us as a city. Tax revenue based on a 25-year projection shows significant increases in tax revenue available to the city, just based on the early concepts here.
And our piece, of course, would be land leases on some of the commercial property, which would provide the money to operate the golf course permanently. So there would no longer have to be a subsidy either from the county, the city, and we care a lot about the university not having to subsidize the golf course either. And then selling the property as well would produce another pot of money that the university could invest and solve the problem long-term for the golf course.
Thank you. Okay. So we see, in my view, and this has nothing to do with the fact that I am a reformed golfer. This has nothing to do with the fact that my daughter plays. This has everything to do with the fact of what is possible for the city, this university. And so my personal feelings towards golf aside, there is significant possibility and opportunity here. We are at the beginning stages only of this, but having this study allows us to see what is possible. And so as we continue to work and develop in partnership with you, we'll certainly help realize that dream, realize what's possible. Any closing comments from Brandon, Aaron? Okay.
I don't want all the tax development money for some of these tax improvement districts to be going to Rio Rancho and Albuquerque. Some of that should make its way to Las Vegas. And that's sort of one of the things that has me excited about this program is we see how they've changed parts of the state in the South. Some of those benefits and programs should get up to us.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Thank you, members of the City Council.
There's any room for questions or no?
No, just presentation now. All right. Well, thank you, President Wolf. We continue to enjoy the partnership, especially now that you've come in. We're meeting very regularly, and I know this is, a lot of these updates or internships, website, that's all upcoming, Councilman, but thank you.
Mr. Mayor, our next item on the agenda is approval of minutes for August 12th, August 21st, and August 27th, 2024.
Do we have a motion to approve the minutes?
So moved, Mr. Mayor, and I did send in just really minor corrections.
Motion by Councilor Casey. Do I have a second? Second by Councilman Ulivari. Roll call.
Councilor Montoya?
Yes.
Councilor Martinez?
Yes.
Councilor Casey?
Yes.
Councilor Olivari? I have a motion by Councilor Casey, a second by Councilor Olivari. Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Motion carries. Moving on to our consent agenda. I may read the consent agenda items into the record.
Yes.
The first item is request approval of addendum number 1 to contract 403223 with Carroll Strategies for Public Engagement Campaign regarding Agua Pura. Number 2, request approval of addendum number 1 to contract 403323 with Hayes Plumbing and Heating Incorporated for on-call water and sludge transfer and temporary storage. Item 3, request approval of addendum number 3 to contract 385022 with HDR Engineering Incorporated for water treatment plant facility planning, design, and construction. Item number 4, request approval of addendum number 1 to contract 401023 with Combi Automation and Integration for professional services for Allen Bradley PLC. Item number 5, request approval of addendum number 1 to contract 401923 with Molson Corbin and Associates for engineering services for the Public Works Department. And item number 6, request approval of addendum number 1 to contract 402023 with Molson Corbin and Associates for engineering services for the City of Las Vegas Municipal Airport.
Thank you. Mr. Mayor. Councilman Martinez, I was going to just ask one question. I know this is probably something that the whole council, so at this time, I'll go ahead and allow this. I know item 1 has been something that I think all of you had concerns with. You guys would like to remove it. I think we could.
Not if you already voted for it,
We haven't.
I mean, I was gonna suggest the same thing, but I wasn't here enough I came late, so.
During the agenda approval.
Isn't it too late to remove something from the consent agenda? A legal question then.
I mean, to be safe, I think it probably is too late, being that the agenda's already been approved. Because we can only move things to the consent agenda at the time of approval, so I would imagine that we can only remove at the time of approval as well. So to err on the side of caution, I would probably venture to say we cannot remove it. I think if,
Councilor Casey?
If that's the case, then where did this language come from? It says the consent agenda, any member of the governing body may request an item to be moved to business items at the request of the council with approval of the governing body.
Yeah, and I think that has to be done at the time of the approval of the agenda.
I don't think we've done it that way.
It's always been that way.
Has it?
Yeah.
I would defer to the pleasure of the board. Again, to err on the side of caution, I would venture to say that we had this issue prior to move something onto the consent agenda. And we held that because it wasn't done at approval of the agenda, we shouldn't move it. I think we're in the same boat at this time, that we can't remove at this time.
I guess real quick, Mr. City Manager, on that one item, I know it's a contract, but basically doesn't mean that we have to use them, just depending on how we move forward. Am I correct?
That is correct. We're only approving the contract. There's no guarantee of using the service.
Okay, so that answers that. Thank you. Entertain a motion at this time.
Mayor, I go ahead and move to accept the consent agenda 1 through 6 as stated on the agenda.
Motion by Councilman Martinez. Do I have a second?
Second, Mr. Mayor.
Second by Councilman Olivari. Roll call.
Counselor Casey?
Yes.
Counselor Martinez?
Yes.
Counselor Montoya?
Yes.
Counselor Olivari?
Yes.
I have a motion by Counselor Martinez, a second by Counselor Olivari. Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Motion carries. Moving on to our business items, item number 2, conduct a public hearing and request approval of resolution number 2424, declaring the property located at 323.5 Mora Street, Las Vegas, New Mexico, 87701, a dangerous nuisance that requires abatement. This time I ask we go into public
This
hearing.
time I entertain a motion to enter a public hearing.
Mr. Mayor, I move that we enter a public hearing.
A motion by Councilor Casey, second by Pro Tem Montoya. Roll call.
Counselor Olivari? Counselor Montoya?
Yes.
Counselor Casey?
Yes.
Counselor Martinez?
Yes.
A motion by Counselor Casey, a second by Counselor Montoya. Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Motion carries. At this time, anybody who wishes to speak on this item, if you'll come forward, raise your right hand so I can swear you in. Under the penalties of perjury, do you swear to tell the truth and nothing but the truth during your testimony this evening? Thank you. Mr. Mayor, we can have Mr. Lucas Marquez, our Community Development Director, introduce the item.
Hello, Mayor, Council. Let's get myself set up here. Mayor and Council, I present to you guys a resolution number 24-24. A little bit of history on this situation. There's always been there's been an ordinance that's put in place where the city can just go in and start abating properties after they've gone through a red tag notice. But in listening and following the lead of my mayor and council and my city manager, transparency is the number one thing. And that's why I'm coming here with this stuff, so I could go ahead and show you guys what we're dealing with. I sent the pictures and all the packets for you guys to go ahead and get a visual of what we're seeing in this area. I believe this is the proper way of doing abatements, being transparent and bringing these forward to the council so that they make the decision on what we're gonna do in our communities. I don't believe that any of us have the sole power to go ahead and just call out any house in the community. I think the public deserves better. So 323.5 Mora Street has been an issue for over 3 to 4 years that I can look back on the case files. They've been red tagged numerous times. There's been attempts to try to find the owner of the property. At the final decision, we found that Mrs. Lupe Gomez is deceased. Back taxes are found to prove that. We did everything possible to find anybody in the area to see if we can find any heirs to the property. So with that being said, nobody came forward. The red tag process was done one more time, just so we can make sure we do our due diligence. And we went ahead, and now we're bringing the resolution forward to go ahead and see if mayor and council will approve and uphold this resolution.
Thank you, Mr. Marquez. Yes, sir. Councilors? Councilors?
Mr. Mayor, you know, this is the property I was talking about in the last item that we voted on, that I'm surprised that no one's gotten killed in this property in the length of time that it's been in this condition. I mean, if I wouldn't have been, somebody reported a pile of tires to me in the alleyway, a constituent from Ward 4. Somebody that lives around that area, a neighbor there, reported it to that person. That person said, well, I know Mike Montoya, so I'll call him. So I went and checked it out, and yes, there was like 60 tires in the alleyway, piled up. Shame on them. But it brought my attention to this building right next door to it. And to me, this is more life-threatening than anything else in the city. Because there's a nursing home or a halfway home or something next by.
Yes, sir, I believe there's a boarding home in the area.
Okay, and that boarding home should be inspected every year, I would say. And I don't know if it has or not. But during that inspection, I would assume that somebody from either our fire department or our state would have noticed this. And even so, our code enforcement, I mean, should be looking out for stuff like this. And, you know, it appalls me that it went this long, this far. And I know a lot of other ones, we boarded them up, we've had to board them up and this and the other. But I say, you know, if the ordinance isn't working, we need to do something to change it. When it comes to weeds, when it comes to places like this ones. I mean, this is unacceptable. You know, just the walls are standing, really. The roof had already caved in. With all this moisture and everything that we've gotten, it's gotten worse. And there's a lot of homeless people in this town, and they find those places. And I don't know if we had homeless people in there or not, but I know that there's a lot of patients that live in that area that, you know, would go into, the property was not secured by fencing or anything like that. It was open wide, and if we have any more of this, we need to bring them up and let's deal with it. And if we had to take a burden of the property, of the cost, well, we take the burden of the cost, whatever it is. But I'm in tune with this, doing this, and it's a safety issue to the public. Period.
Councilors?
Mr. Mayor, I do have a problem with this because there's a lot of people that go in there and use drugs. They stay at night there. They find needles in there. There's kids that go to are playing around that area that might get in there and get hurt. It's really bad. It's a really bad situation for that place to be like that. We need to take care of it. We need to do something with it. So, Mr. Marquez, you know, you have a job to do, and then you gotta see what we can do with that property.
Okay, and I'm sorry, we kind of jumped the gun. Let's do the public input. I know we had one person, if they come up, and then we'll go back into regular session, and sorry about that.
Thank you. My grandmother is Lupe Gomez, who owns that property. And they were looking for people. I just moved here. My mother's 94 years old and lives next door. Her mother-in-law is Lupe Gomez. And I moved here from Hawaii because my mother just turned 94 and went in to inquire about the property, and it was already going through this process. That's why I was told to come here. I went in and got the paperwork done that they asked me. This is in this last week. So I've been running around all over getting paperwork. And what I found was that the property isn't in Lupe Gomez's name. She had signed the property over to my uncle, Adone Gomez. And apparently he had started the process of ownership. And somewhere after that, he moved away. He moved to California and passed away in California and has 2 sons. One of the sons is mentally challenged, Robert Gomez, and he is living in the house in front. He's one of the people, the patients. And his brother is somewhere in another state. I just came in here with this a week ago. There's no time for me to try to find out who or anything about where my uncle died. I have to get a death certificate. I did find out that the paperwork could be filed in New Mexico because the property's here. But I need all this information before I can even secure anything with the land. The taxes are about $4,500. If they go in and demolish this property, I have to cover whatever the costs are that it costs for them to destroy the building and clean. I'm willing to go in, and I can't own the property or do anything with it until I get the paperwork done, and board up the house. I went in and looked at it. All the walls are up in the house. There's one wall up against a fence. The house is an adobe, where I got compromised by weather and the fence. So it's fallen off. The rafters on the far side of the house are starting to fall from the ceiling. The roof is intact. I can see it from my mother's house. The property is very small. The house has to be torn down. There is no house that could be built there again. It is adjacent to my mother's property. Probably the only person that would find any value in it would be the fact that it's attached to my mother's property. I don't really know what to do. I'm willing to go in, and there's a door. The windows are boarded up. The ceiling is intact. 2 doors are unboarded. I don't know if they were boarded and somebody removed them. But I can go in and board the house so nobody can enter it. There is nothing falling down on the outside of the house. It's the rafters on the inside. And I can put up a fence structure to block it off and clean it. I can't do anything with the house at the moment. I don't own the property. But I can make sure that it's safe. And it's valid to me because my mother is next door.
If you don't mind just like closing out, the 3 minutes already stopped.
Oh, excuse me.
So if you
Okay,
just
and
finish it up, then we'll.
the thing with the tires, I don't know how associated it was to the property. That alleyway looks like it's never been used, and somebody could actually just drop a bunch of tires there and figure nobody would notice. But anyway, that's all I don't know how to proceed with this. I'm trying to find out if this could be stopped until I could have some time to get this paperwork done, and I would be willing to take the property.
Thank you. And for the record, what was your name again?
Mary Gomez.
Mary Gomez. Okay, thank you. So, Ms. Cassandra, was that the only?
Yes, Mr. Mayor.
Okay. At this time, I'll entertain a motion to return to regular session.
So moved, Mr. Mayor.
A motion by Councilor Casey, second by Councilman Martinez. Roll call.
Counselor Montoya?
Yes.
Counselor Olivari?
Yes.
Counselor Casey?
Yes.
Counselor Martinez?
Yes.
I have a motion by Counselor Casey, a second by Counselor Martinez. Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Motion carries.
Thank you. I just want to proceed. Thank you, Mr. Marcus, for bringing this up. I know in the past, abatements have been done basically not following the procedure and coming before council, so, it shouldn't be at anybody's, direction that you do abatements. I think, in order to protect ourselves legally and not put ourselves into a liability, that we, follow every step, and this is the step. So thank you for doing that here today. Councilors, any questions?
Mr. Mayor.
Councilor Casey?
I move that we table this item so that Ms. Gomez can have time to do what she needs to do to find out what her role is in that property on a legal basis, who owns the property, what she can do, and, you know, just give her the time to board up the building so that nobody can get in there and get injured. And then community development can go back and, you know, stay in contact with her to see what the progress is and see if we can help her in that way.
So is there a timeline on that table, on that motion?
I don't know. How much time do you think you'll need, Ms.
If I
Gomez?
could possibly get 6 months, I don't know how fast it works for me to be able to get information from California. And I can board it up right away.
Okay. Mr. Marquez, do you have a?
I'm looking at pictures, and I know she's saying that could be boarded up, but there's a roof that's collapsing and a whole wall that's missing. And when we went to do our postings, we actually found people in there. We had to call PD, and they took off on them from through that wall. So I don't know if it could be boarded up. I think 6 months is a long time. According to what this says, the resolution, we could go ahead and serve the resolution on the owner, occupant, or agent, including Mrs. Gomez, Lupe Gomez, and they'll have a total of 10 days to be able to get everything in order, which means to start abating the property. I don't know if that would buy her enough time to find something, and then she could try to put some kind of stop to it. But I mean, the property has been pretty bad for the past 3 years. We're lucky to get to this point. And I mean, I feel for Ms. Gomez, but I think this property is gonna wind up, it's in such a neighborhood that everything's they're so close together. If winter's coming, we're gonna have these homeless people getting there. And I could go over the what ifs all night long, but if something were to happen and it starts on fire within those 6 months, we could burn down a whole neighborhood. And now we're talking about loss of life and loss of property and the stuff like that. I'm really concerned allowing 6 months. That's just my opinion. I think it's too long of a time.
I agree on that, but my concern is that Ms. Gomez doesn't have legal authority to do anything with the property. She's offering out of the goodness of her heart to make sure that nobody gets hurt. But we don't want to put her in a financial bind for having to pay for the abatement of the property if she does not own it and cannot even figure out who has the legal responsibility of owning that piece of property.
Yes, ma'am.
So what can we do to help her and at the same time do something with that property so that no one gets injured in there?
I know she came by the office, I believe, last Thursday, and we spoke. We recommended that she go to the county, and maybe she could pay the past due taxes. I don't know if she can have one of the sons quick claim deeded over to her. There's a few processes that me and Scott recommended to her to go ahead and pursue. I don't think those things would take 6 months. So I think that's the best route I could give her. I really couldn't give her much more because I got to stay neutral. But I do have a concern for the safety of the public, and I do have a heart for what she's going through. So I understand where she's coming from as well.
And $4,000 to pay back taxes,
That's
it's a lot of money
yeah.
to have to dish out.
That's a little bit more than 4,000.
When you don't even own the property, you know.
It's true.
If I was in the same situation, I don't know if I would be willing to spend $4,000 for a piece of property that I don't even know who really owns it, and, you know, just do it because I'm a nice person, you know, and so, that's my biggest concern at this point in time.
And we gotta think about it too. It'd probably be a lot more than just the 4,000 and paying of the back taxes, because now she's gonna have to pay for material to enclose all those doors, and especially that roof that has no wall. The roof's actually fallen down, and there's a big hole in the wall. I mean, a really big hole. On the pictures, you can see that. And fencing, how is she gonna secure it to make sure that none of these vagrants are going in there for shelter or to hide and do their deeds in there.
So Counselor, you had a motion. Did you have a timeline on that, or?
I didn't have a timeline on
Or you
it,
just
no.
wanted-
I just wanted to give her time to be able to board it up and fence it so that nobody could get in there. But, you know, I think she's being very kind and generous with her family to be willing to do this. I'm just wondering what we can do so that we can help her do what she would like to do to prevent,
Mr. Mayor.
you know, I don't know. That's where I'm at is on that.
So do you want to proceed with your motion?
I think maybe we need to have a little bit more discussion and see what the other counselors, if they have a suggestion that might be beneficial and useful.
So in accordance, so you made the motion, but I don't know if it was, I know I asked you about a timeline. So was it a motion? Because if you made a
There
motion,
was
then
no
I'll ask for a
time- There was
second.
no timeline.
Okay, so we had a motion
I-
to table with no timeline. So right now we have a motion on the table to table this.
And there really isn't even supposed to be discussion on a tabling motion.
Yeah. So I have a motion right now. So I have a second.
Dios mío.
I'll ask again. I have a motion on the table to table. Is there a second? One more time. A motion to table. Do I have a second? The motion dies.
Mr. Mayor, I'd like to go ahead and make a motion to approve resolution number 2424, declaring the property located at 323 and a half Mora Street, Las Vegas, New Mexico 87701, a dangerous nuisance and requires abatement. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
I have a motion. Do I have a second? Again, I have a motion to declare and abate, to approve Resolution 24-24. Do I have a second?
Second, Mr. Mayor.
Second by Councilman Olivari. Roll call, please.
Discussion, Mr. Mayor. You know, places like this need to come down for the safety of the public and the people around the neighborhood that live in it. Because animals, mice, and everything else goes in there, needles. And enough is enough. I have another one in my ward that apparently the county's supposed to be selling it at the doorsteps because nobody cares about it. They have these homes, they live town, they live in California, Arizona, Albuquerque, and we get stuck with them and we get to see them every day. I don't think that's very fair for us. We're trying to clean up our community. If nobody cares, well, we care, and something's got to get done. I mean, this is about to fall, it's almost down. It's almost to fall down. I mean, it's dangerous for people to be in there. It's going to cost $4,000 in back taxes, another $4,000 to fence it off, and then probably another $20,000 to remove it and start fresh. It's you know, it's ridiculous. But yet we have somebody that's not even the owner wanting to claim the property, which is even more unfair. They have no rules, and they don't have no bite in the fight. They don't have no say-so. So, to me, I think this is the right decision, and I'll call for the question there, Mr. Mayor. Thank you.
Roll call, please.
Counselor Olivari?
Yes.
Counselor Montoya?
Yes.
Counselor Casey?
I'm abstaining.
Counselor Martinez?
No.
Mr. Mayor, I have a motion by Counselor Montoya and a second by Counselor Olivari, one abstention and one no. Motion carries.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mayor Council.
Moving on to item number 3, presentation, discussion and approval of proposed design and a suitable location for a metal art piece designed by New Mexico Highlands University. We have our Public Works Director, Mr. Arnold Lopez, and I believe we also have Highlands that's presenting.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. So the city has a MOU in place with New Mexico Highlands University to produce a public art piece and to be placed on a selected location by the city. So we have New Mexico Highlands University here to present a proposal on possible art work that they've, selected. And also we'll ask you guys for if you approve one of those proposals for a location for it that is suitable. Please, introduce yourself.
Yeah, and so, hi, I'm David Lobdell. I work in the art department. I've met Councilman Martinez and Mr. Montgomery.
Yes.
Yeah, last summer when they are our, what I assume are our points of contact with our MOU with the city, right? That our class.
And actually clarification, it's Councilman Martinez and Montoya, Pro Tem Montoya. They're the two.
Okay, well, yeah, there should be two people from the city and two people from Highlands. And what we met last summer to talk about the project that we did last. And so we made 3 proposals that have been sent to your email. Yes, you have them? You do not, okay? See, I was given a group of emails and told to send them to these people. So I did that last week, and that's why we're on the agenda, okay? I'm happy to talk to you about it otherwise, but can we?
Yeah, let me share these with them.
My Counselor Casey email does not function.
These are gonna be the
So
selected pieces if you want.
that's where it was sent. That's why I don't have it.
Okay, and so what we have are 3 proposals. And they all have to do with, we were looking at the block of Lincoln between Grand and Railroad, thinking about ways of, decorating basically, but the first one is a steel forged piece. And what we're looking at is making 4 stylized trees that have, they, in the design of them, relate to the architecture that's in that block, in that time period. Something called, Spanish curves, yes, that relate to, Art Nouveau, okay? And it's that time period that those buildings were built in, that style was prevalent, and it has some of the architectural details in those buildings. And I think we have some pictures that we sent to you that have this, it's a scroll form, it looks like a stylized tree, scrolled on the end, and long, gentle kind of S-curve. And then we want to bind groups of these, branches together with steel rings and then anchor it to the concrete. Now, one thing that we didn't tell you in our proposal was, yes, we want to paint them, but we didn't tell you what colors. So we started thinking about colors and looking at the pictures of that street, and there's almost nothing that's green there. And there's a yellow sign there that kind of stands out. And so, oh, yeah, look at that, green and yellow. And then it was, hey, maybe we'll have some red and black. Maybe we can put some purple and white in the colors of these trees also, right? Things that represent different aspects of our community. And what we were looking at for locations were the 2 corners on Grand, and then near the 2 corners on Railroad there. Dimension-wise, they are 10 foot by 4 foot, 10 foot tall, right? And then no more than 4 feet wide in any direction, so that there's lots of clearance around there. The sidewalks are really wide. Y'all know this, right? Y'all were part of that, all that renovation there. And so the sidewalks are really wide. There's a lot of space to move around there. So it's not like these trees would crowd anything, right? Or, deter anybody from walking down that space. We gave you a budget for that, let's see, so, and you gave it away, I got it right here. And so there's a budget at the end of each one of those proposals. You got it.
I don't know.
No, we have it written down, but it's 3,000 something in steel. And that it's about 980 linear feet of material. In that budget that we showed you where we got the prices and the lines, the amount of linears going on there. The second proposal is one where we wanted to utilize the glass recycling. And Elizabeth and Tracy Ratzlaff have bought a building and it houses equipment for what's called slumping glass, where we'll, take scrap glass and slump it into forms that look like aspen leaves, roughly square foot by an inch to an inch and a half thick. And when we slump it, it would be into a steel frame. That steel frame would then be attached to basically legs that are lowered down into a hole where concrete is poured, okay, to anchor it to the ground. The glass would sit at ground level. We want to leave a space underneath the glass between that and the concrete where we could put a solar-powered LED so that at nighttime, these glass leaves would be lit up in spaces where you don't walk, right? And I think we showed some pictures there of where those would go. And I do understand that there's probably some safety concerns about, the glass breaking or, because you can't get to it, right? And glass is somewhat fragile depending on how thick it is, right? And that's why we wanted to make it so thick. And so, we recognize that there might be some safety concerns there, but we do want to try it. It's just 3 of them, right? If you don't like where we wanted to put them, you can decide where you want to put them. Right? That part of our agreement is your prerogative to decide where things go, specifically. But this is what we were thinking about, okay? And the total on that one is only $325, okay? Now, the last one was suggested by our mayor that we make a portrait of Patrick Swayze, given his, his historical connection to our community. And so we put together a process and a budget for that as well, where we would print an image of his and then cast it in bronze. Okay, and I think that one was around 1750, right? With a grand total for all 3 projects, $6,432.70. Okay, I know that there's a $5,000 grant that was written by what was it, Main Street, that we have on hand for a project just like this in the railroad district, and we thought maybe we could use that money. Now, in the last project, I know Arnold was asking about who paid for all the material for the last project that we put up by the Riverwalk, and that was, Highlands covered that. That was material that we had on hand, right, that we bought cheaper than what we could replace it with nowadays, right? But that was our kind of bottom line there, was that $6,470.
I'm Erica Durkis, I'm in sociology at Highlands. The first project has been installed, so I don't know if anyone has gotten a chance to see that. It's along the Innis River Walk. And so that is up and being viewed currently.
If they're birds that we see in Las Vegas, right? Some migratory, some regional birds.
I guess, are we to select one, or all three have already been decided on, or what does that mean?
One, all three.
All three?
We're up to do all three. It could take us a while to get all three of them done, but certainly we're good for that.
Well, okay. I'm a little taken aback because I didn't get the email, but I would never have known that this was Patrick Swayze if it didn't say Patrick Swayze under it.
Think about a portrait. You better, who doesn't?
Who is that guy? Then it's like Patrick
certainly,
Swayze.
You know, we can.
I've never known.
Y'all can
And
find
this
one
one
that you do like.
made me
Here's the
gasp
lighting.
because it reminds me of a guillotine.
Oh, no.
And it,
Level.
well,
All of that's buried.
it just still, just the drawing to me looks like it's gonna, something's gonna drop on you and your head's gonna fall off into a basket. Now, this one, I love. I think this is lovely. And if I had to pick one, this is the one that I would pick. I don't know what my fellow counselors would select, but I think this would just be beautiful. So, thank you. That's all I have to say.
Yeah, and it's to also demarcate the walking area of the railroad district.
Yeah, and I think it would look really nice, someplace close to where the community art park or whatever is there in that area.
That's the other railroad, and I think that would look really very nice. It'll complement that whole area.
Mr. Mayor.
Councilman.
Okay, well, going back to the original MOU from the city of Las Vegas to Highlands University, if I'm correct, that MOU states that it's set up to have $1,000 increments for 5 years. Is that correct? Am I correct in saying that?
1,000 from each side, from Highlands and from the city for 10 years. Was the agreement.
5 years or 10 years? I think it was 5 years. 10 years.
So it's $50,000.
Okay, so.
The years were involved in it.
Yeah, there's years.
And I also know that part of the MOU mentioned that it had to be cultural was a big thing that was in that MOU. So, I mean, and don't get me wrong, I think all of these ideas are great, and even including the mayor's idea of, Patrick Swayze's. The thing that I want to make sure that we're following the guidelines of the MOU, of course, and that we're not going above and beyond those guidelines. So if the MOU is, if are we on year 2 on this? Am I correct in saying that, Mayor?
So that first year was kind of difficult, and I know when we signed the MOU was already after they had already started working on that first piece. And as you heard him say that they had, they pretty much funded that one. So I guess, we'll just have to, maybe between the city manager and Highlands, kind of determine, what years, is this the first year or the second year, or where we're at. I know we did put up that artwork through the city, which I've been there, it adds to the river park, so.
So in other words, is this part of the grant that was given by, I'm trying to remember, was it Netflix or something that gave us a grant for this, or no?
No, that was completely separate funding.
That's a different thing. Okay, I just want to make sure that we're on the same page. I just want to make sure that we follow the guidelines that are on the MOU, and if you I guess the best thing to do is also review that MOU to make sure that we're following those guidelines and making sure that whatever art piece that we choose, that we're following through with what was agreed upon by the city of Las Vegas.
Just for clarification, I have pulled up the MOU here, and it is till February of 2029. So basically 5 years. Yeah.
The grant that Main Street got nothing to do with this
Okay.
specifically.
Yeah, I guess maybe what I was thinking about was
We were
something
thinking
entirely
about
different,
that.
was something that Arnold presented, I think at the last council meeting, correct?
Yeah, you're probably thinking of the archways.
Yeah.
The T-Mobile.
So I'm getting all this art confused, okay, but I just want to make sure that whatever we do moving forward, that we follow, the MOU. So, if we need to choose a design, I guess tonight, and proceed with some kind of guideline so that, of course, Highlands University can go ahead and fulfill their portion of it. Being somewhat realistic, I guess I would probably consider going with those arches as well, that, I don't know what that would be called, but I know that you mentioned maybe all three pieces, but I'm going to be on the conservative side and say that we need to be, we need to start thinking probably further down the road to make sure that we have an agreement between all counselors and mayor, of course, to proceed with what we need to do, so.
Let me just kind of, remind everyone on this MOU how it took place. This goes back to Mayor Trujillo, where he initiated with President Minner at the time, discussion about more art within the community. At that time, him and I sat in a meeting. I wasn't involved in, the first design or whatever it was. But at the end, there was never an MOU. So when I came in, I know the city manager and I, well, let's put this in documentation, right? Just not verbal. So let's put this in an MOU. We worked on that MOU. This MOU got approved in February by this governing body. My whole thing has been, and the reason why the Patrick Swayze thing, I know the Film Commission at the time was trying to plan a reunion of the film Red Dawn. So at the end of the day, I don't think that we do enough promotion of our community that's related to film. And at the end of the day, got to admit, film is a part of our history. So that's where the whole, this was, I wish we would have got it done sooner, and then maybe at that time we could have gotten at least that, because at the end, when people pass by, if you notice, the famous door that we have for Longmire that's at the plaza, that's only one visiting site that we have that's related to film. So my idea in, the Patrick Swayze we want to make our community a destination, right? A destination of film. So how do you do that if you don't have, things for people to come and visit? Now, I know, we might have to have some conversation with the Swayze family and the wife, before we put this up. To me, the whole thing on that one would be, let's invite the family, the reunion basically was, we could still have it. It could be, was it 51 years, I think, Chuck? 40 years. So we could still do that, but now we have a place where people pass by and they say, oh, well, there's Patrick Swayze or whatever. Now they're going to take a picture, they're going to share it on social media, and then now, as you travel through the country, there's these little spots, right? The Wizard of Oz in Kansas, and all these places, destinations that adds to tourism to our community. And I thought, me personally, the timing of Red Dawn, having that Patrick Swayze, basically, statue, I guess, the casting would be a start to that. And as we move forward, the other art, to me, if it's within the budget or within the MOU, if we can do all three, we got to add to our community. I don't think that we, the art, I know we've started on the River Park, but we could do a lot more to add to the beauty of our community. That's just, my idea, my suggestion. As we move forward, I'd like to touch up more on the cultural side of it, of the art also. I think we've done that in some of the artwork that Main Street worked on, each ward. But let's start adding some art destinations within our community. And, Mayor Trujillo had this vision, and, I think we continue it, and it adds beauty, and it adds to our community.
Oh, we approved that MOU. And in that MOU, we had 2 representatives from the city of Las Vegas that were supposed to partake in that first section. It never happened. This is the first time I meet you. I was one of those members who was supposed to be there. I got an email last week or so. So we really didn't have an input for $5,000. And I'm glad we're gonna have an input for the next 5,000. And the rest of them for 4 years.
There's never any intention of cutting anybody out of the process.
Well, it's
We
an
just didn't
MOU.
get a
You follow
response.
the MOU. It's a contract.
Yeah.
Between you and me.
Yeah.
The city of Las Vegas and you guys.
Mhm.
Yeah, you follow that contract.
Right.
And it's,
I'm teaching a class.
Pro Tem Montoya, just real quick, just for clarification, the first, you can't hold Highlands University, whatever happened before, city manager or I, on that first process of the art, we can't hold anybody to that. That's where I mentioned that the city manager is gonna have to meet with Highlands to kind of see what happened with that.
Okay.
This first step right here that we have right here, today, will be the first one, and we'll move forward. So, and that's why it's here for all of us. The way I understand is you were included in an email. I'm not sure what happened, but I know that Councilman Martinez made it there, so.
oh, I don't know. Anyway,
Just to clarify.
what was the involvement with the community as far as this project?
What Highlands has agreed to do is to teach a class. And the people that are in that class participate in the design and the production of the work, and then the city installs it. Now, just like what we're doing now, we have a proposal, and we made a proposal last time, but nobody got back to us for the whole semester, right? And so we had a class. So we made some work thinking, sure, great, if the city wants it, fabulous. If they don't want it, we'll put it somewhere else. We couldn't have a class and just wait, the whole semester. So that's why we just followed the proposal that we had submitted that we didn't get any response on. We're okay now. It was a trying thing for the students,
Okay.
but we all understood that, we were gonna find a place to put the artwork, whether.
Okay. Now,
whether
the
we
maintenance, who's required to do the maintenance after they've been placed?
City,
Okay, the city.
yes.
Okay. I haven't seen the one you put out on the Gallinas River, but, and to me, my point in being part of that committee is that I would want to see something that has to do with the history of Las Vegas. With what's happened here for years ago. We have 180 films that were made here in Las Vegas and surrounding areas. And, just to put a head of Patrick Swayze on there, for that price, I met the guy at Walmart, 12 midnight. And he was like 4'8". I said, really? That's, in the movies they showed him so big.
Bigger than life.
Yeah. Well, I'm thinking that for that price, I think you could do the whole body.
In bronze, it costs a lot more than that just to produce the.
Well, maybe we ought to make them out of wax, because I went to a wax museum last year in California, and they were awesome. Anyway, we have Maximiliano Luna that we can portray. We have a lot of other people that have had a lot to do with the history of Las Vegas. And I believe that those are the kind of things that we need to bring back out into the community. Don't forget these people that build Las Vegas up. We are the original Las Vegas, so we ought to stick to that name and give credit to all those people that have helped us along the way. And there's many of them. Jesusita Lopez, she probably, brought in half of the community into this town, because she was
Midwife.
a midwife. Yeah, I'm sorry, thank you. A midwife in these areas. And there were other people like that in different areas that, I mean, we should, and I feel guilty because we should be acknowledging some of those people and their families during their council meetings once in a while too. But there's a lot of people, the first attorney, the first defense lawyer, you know, in this town. All those people are what created Las Vegas, and that's why Las Vegas exists. So I believe that I would push in that committee that, you know, we don't just get outsiders' ideas, because most of your students are from the outside, and most. Okay, okay. Well, anyway, you know, yeah, okay. Well, anyway, I would lean more towards the mayor's idea about Patrick Swayze. I heard about his name being in this 2 weeks ago. And before that, the mayor had mentioned it to me lightly, but I didn't know that was going to go all through and all that. But, you know, I feel strongly about the filming that happened around here, and I think we ought to designate an area for different ones. I mean, we had Sally Fields, Burt Reynolds. We've had a bunch of characters that stars that we could portray and you know, advance our community that way. And I'm sure lodger's tax would help us with that too, because it's bringing in people from the outside beyond the 60-mile radius. But I would go back to the drawing board and go more towards the history of Vegas and the significance of Vegas, the Santa Fe Railroad, you know, all that kind of stuff. Bring that to life, you know, and that can be brought up in different areas of town. South Pacific, Independence, put something there. That used to be the entryway to Las Vegas at one point. You know, at Walmart, we used to have the biggest rodeo in New Mexico. It died out, but, you know, many famous people visited us. And I think that's the route I would support to go in with this funding instead of,
One at a time is what we can do.
yeah.
Right, we can't do all of them at one time.
No, yeah, one at a time. But if we add them up, each one, they all represent something big, so. And hopefully it represents and us and our history.
Sure.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
And again, this was just, and I know I had spoken to both of you because I knew you guys were going to be on the committee, and just, you know, where I was at, you know, when Mayor Trujillo had brought this up, and the reason, you know, Patrick Swayze more specific, because he was a part of this community. You know, at the end, he just didn't come and stay at the plaza and film the movie and then head out the next day. He was a part of this community. He contributed to this community. He drank beer with some of us in the community. You know what I mean? He was one of us, you know what I mean? So, yeah, there's another one. So that, I mean, again, it's just an idea. I mean, it would just, you know, for you guys to meet, you know, our committee to meet with theirs and come up with the ideas. I know, Mr. Martinez, you were in that group. It's a balance. At the end of the day, we got to come up together, and it's not only the old, but it's also the new. You know, we got to intertwine the two, and just.
Mr. Mayor, is it a good idea to possibly just table the item for now? Not necessarily table it, but just put it on hold for just a bit so that we can kind of brainstorm. I know that myself and Arnold were part of this. I did attend, and I did see the other piece that you guys had put together that we have presently on, you know, the Riverwalk, which is, I think it very well suits the area. But if it's at the, you know, the council wanting to go ahead and move forward with something, I know that you also have a class that already started. The semester started, so what do we do from here? So how do we get to a point where we can agree on something? That's what we need to do, and maybe, you know, I'd like to make sure that Pro Tem Montoya is part of this. I think he's got some good ideas, and I think, but I also know that cost is a very big thing, so I just recommend that maybe we put it on a slight hold, maybe even at, can we meet again at one point in a very short period of time so we can discuss a little more in detail? Can we set up another meeting to do that? No. No, at Highlands, the way we did.
Yeah, absolutely.
Okay.
So just for clarification, this artwork would be done by this terms class or?
Yeah, probably not all. Yeah, the forging business will take us to the end of the year. It's almost 1,000 feet of forging. Beating it up, hammering it out on an anvil. Right, that's how and we showed you some examples of,
So, again, I apologize for the timing of this. I did want to bring it on the agenda
There's a photograph.
because the timing, right? Then we're going to end up again in February, and we're already going into the next step. So I'll just throw that out there. I mean, it's up to the governing body on what you guys decide.
Well, what is it that can be feasibly made within the time frame that we have between now and the end of your semester?
That's what we're saying.
That's what can be,
Forging process.
right, no,
Yeah.
okay.
Give me a word.
So do we select one or all three?
That's up to us. That is entirely up to us.
Well, is the cost gonna cover all three?
Yes.
Yes?
Can you do all three by the end of the semester?
We'll do Patrick and that.
Probably not.
I
Just like the last project, we mostly finished it in the spring, but then had to do some work for it to be mounted.
Let the committee choose the other one.
Okay. So,
David?
I think just from the discussion that I'm hearing, I'm going to make a motion that we approve these two designs. And then, Council Montoya and Councilor Martinez will select the third one, whatever that happens to be.
Mayor and council, I'd like to make a comment. And I know, David, in your proposal, you mentioned that we'll have to seek approval from the Patrick Swayze
Yeah, we're putting that on
estate
you guys.
in order to
Yeah.
replicate,
Yeah.
that sculpture.
There may be some.
And they put it on us, so, that might delay it.
That's gonna take some time to.
And we'll do that. I'll
I'll second that motion.
have a motion by Counselor Casey, second by Pro Tem Montoya. Roll call.
Counselor Olivari?
Yes.
Counselor Martinez?
Yes.
Counselor Casey?
Here.
Counselor Montoya?
Yes.
I have a motion by Counselor Casey, a second by Counselor Montoya. Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Motion carries.
Thank you.
Thank you, guys.
For your creative ideas. I love 'em, even if I didn't know who that was. Okay. I said they're lovely ideas, even if I didn't know who Patrick Swayze was.
And we'll select locations at a later date, I'm assuming, right?
Right.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think.
Thank you for your time.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Mr. Mayor, next on the agenda, request approval of a memorandum of understanding between the Village of Pecos and the City of Las Vegas to operate and provide senior center services out of the Pecos Senior Center building. We have our Community Services Director, Ms. June Tafoya.
And this is pretty much annually, right? So with that, if there's any questions, if not, I'll entertain a motion to approve the MOU. Motion by Counselor Casey, second by Councilman Olivari. Roll call.
Counselor Montoya?
Yes.
Counselor Olivari? Counselor Casey?
Yes.
Counselor Martinez?
Yes.
I have a motion by Counselor Casey, a second by Counselor Olivari. Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Motion carries.
And in councilors, now that we're at this, on the MOUs, I just want to, moving forward, what I'm going to start doing is putting these MOUs on consent, especially if they're routine like this, and also if it's receiving money. I think at the end, I don't think any of us would say no to receiving money. And at that point, if you guys want to take them off, then it's okay. But I think to get through these MOUs a lot sooner, I'll start putting them on consent, just a heads up. Thank you. Next item.
Request approval of a memorandum of understanding between the Meadow City Rebels travel baseball team and the City of Las Vegas to utilize Keys Park for practice for the upcoming travel baseball season. We have our Parks and Rec Department Director, Mr. Arturo Padilla.
So councilors,
Mr. Mayor, I move that we approve the memorandum of understanding between Meadow City Rebels travel baseball team and the city to use Keys Park for practice.
motion by Councilor Casey, have a second?
Second.
Second by Councilman Martinez.
Mr. Mayor.
Discussion?
Yes, thank you. Let me ask, where are are they gonna have home games or just practice?
Practice.
No
Yeah,
games
there's no
at all?
games, no.
Okay,
They play in Albuquerque.
okay. I'm a little bit hesitant to how we're coming up with these prices on this rentals of our city parks. Because you have this one for 300 for 8 months, which is $37 a month. And then we have another one coming up for 7 months, it's $20,000. And then we have another one coming up that's $300 for 3 months. And then another one for 3.5 months, it's $150. So I don't understand where the price is coming from as to what we're charging.
We don't charge by the hour, we charge a flat fee. So $150, the team is only using it 1 day a week on Saturdays, just for club season. And these other teams are using it 5 days a week. And they play club in Albuquerque, so. Each club is different, not everybody can play in the fall and spring. Some people just play in the fall. One of these teams play fall and spring, so they utilize it all the way up until Little League season. Like I said, this team from that practices at Rodriguez, we only charge them $150 because they only use it on Saturdays. So, and the $20,000 for Luna was agreed upon a long time ago, and it's a yearly thing. It's just a renewal.
I mean, well, that was something that we came up with a long time ago, 18 years ago, to charge Luna $20,000 for the season, and their season is only, well, it's in 8 months also, I think it is. But I think, I don't know. Number one, Mr. City Manager, I think we need to come up with a rental scale for all our parks. I think we're falling into the pattern of the 4th of July fiestas, where some bands, I guess, get paid more, some less, and this and the other, and I don't even know where that scale's at. But again, over here, I mean, I see a big difference between 20,000, 300, 150, and the 150 is for 3.5 months. The 300 is for 8 months, so it's not even like twice as long a time. And then this one's for 300 for 3 months. Well, we're charging somebody 300 for 3 months, and the other one, 3.5 months, 150, which I don't know, it don't make sense to me on what we're charging. And then the other thing that I want to bring out is to Mayor and Council is that, you know, we had the WeBe Racing last year, and for Rodriguez Park in the back, I think we charged them, if I'm not mistaken, $2,000?
I believe it was
or $3,000? $3,000, and I think we're gonna increase that to $5,000 for a 3-day event. And these are months that we're doing these MOUs for, which again, it don't make sense.
With all due respect, Mr. Mayor, these events are people that come into our community and they bring in a crowd and admission, they pay admission. These are local teams that need a place to just practice. And they're not even practicing on the turf fields, they're practicing on the dirt fields. And Luna, that's a whole different situation. They play spring, fall ball, they bring Air Force Academy here this weekend. They're big time, it's a collegiate program. And we decided last year that that's the price they were gonna pay. They agreed upon it, and that's the price they'll pay every year.
Who's agreeing on these prices
It was the city manager at that time
at that time?
that got that.
For which one, just for clarification?
For Luna.
So
yes.
for Luna, prior to the city man's, previously, the previous city manager it was $10,000 for Luna, but based off of what they were requiring at that time, 10,000 for using the two fields, then the city manager and I, we discussed and we threw out that it was, because previously, I believe they were paying 30,000 to Highlands. So at that time, we asked, well, if you're giving 30, why, if you're using two fields. Of course, at Highlands took care of everything, 100% of all the maintenance, everything. So that's how so previously it was 10,000, just to clarify. And, the city manager and I worked with it. We brought it before us. It wasn't, at that time, discussion was had by this governing body. It could have been changed or rejected. It wasn't just the city manager or Arturo, or it was myself. It was brought, again, the city manager, that's his duty to work on these. Again, I'll continue to state this, is that anything that having to do with policy, we all we're policymakers here on this governing body. So if there's changes that we want to make, let's put it in resolution or put it in ordinance and not depend on we can't be giving direction to the city manager, but let's put it to where there's teeth to it and we make that decision as a group. And I think that's the way it's best to operate. Yeah, I agree with you, Mr. Pro Tem, there does need to, be looked at, but again, we're the policymakers. We're the ones that, put that policy together and let's do that way. I think that's more fair.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Mayor. Let me ask you, Mr. City Manager, if I want to have a wedding at the Plaza Park, what's my fee?
I agree with exactly with what you're saying, and I do think we need to have a standard that's consistent and the costs be fair for any entity. And so a schedule like that does need to be developed, and we can put that together. We can look at the number of days being used, how many fields, what type of field, and bring that forward for approval.
And then the number two issue that I have with this is that, first priority above all, and this needs to be included on this MOUs, is that first priority of any use of any city parks must be available to the public and the city of Las Vegas for events during this time period. These are all public parks. We got to remember that. We can't just rent them out and sell them out or do anything we want. These are public parks, and when the public wants to use them, they ought to be available to them. If somebody wants to go to Lincoln Park and have a birthday party, or the rally of the bikers want to go over there and rent it out, they got to be available. So that's first priority on these parks. It's okay to rent them out or lease them out to baseball, football, or soccer. But when it's times for the community, if a community wants to get together and have a political event at the park, they ought to be able to. If they want to have a birthday party, they ought to be able to use those canopies or whatever. So let's make that clear, that they're city parks and they have first priority.
Councilman,
over any of these
we don't
contracts.
charge any fees for anybody to have parties anywhere. The only thing we charge for is to use our baseball fields, that's it.
No, we
People
charge,
have parties,
we have a permit
rallies.
process. They can't just go
They
and
use
have a
permits,
party.
I believe they buy permits.
We have an ordinance and a process. When somebody wants to have an event at a city park, whether it's Melody, Carnegie, or wherever, they have a registration, don't they, Mr. Lucas? They have a form they have to fill out and a fee they gotta pay.
Mayor, Council, for weddings and things of that nature, yes, there is an application that they have to fill out to be able to use the gazebo.
Thank you.
I was just trying to find out if there was any charge to use the gazebo.
Yeah, thank you. But anyway, those are 2 points that I just wanted to bring out that need to be worked on and to be fair and fair with everybody. Because I know there's a need, and they've come up to me, and I know if they've come up to the mayor, and this is the result of it. But we need to be fair with every team that comes before us. And I'll guarantee you, after we do this, more teams are going to come next year, and we're not going to have the fields. We're not going to have the parks. And I don't know what we're going to do then. If it's protocol or whomever pays the most or whatever it is. But it is going to create something bigger than this. Because they are moving up. There are different clubs, and they all want to be, go up into the minor leagues. Really, seriously, some of these kids can play really good ball. And they're going to move up because they play ball all year round. And we have a couple of them already that are that way. But thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you. Roll call.
I have a first and a second. Counselor Montoya?
Yes.
Counselor Casey?
Yes.
Counselor Olivari? Counselor Martinez?
Yes.
I have a motion by Counselor Casey, a second by Counselor Martinez. Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Motion carries. Moving on to item number 6, request approval of a memorandum of understanding between Luna Community College baseball and softball teams in the city of Las Vegas to lease Rodriguez Park turf fields for practice for the upcoming baseball season.
Need a motion? Motion by Pro Tem Montoya, second.
Second, Mr.
Second by Counselor Casey. Roll call.
Counselor Martinez?
Yes.
Counselor Montoya?
Yes.
Counselor Casey?
Yes.
Counselor Olivari?
Yes.
I have a motion by Counselor Montoya, second by Counselor Casey. Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Motion carries. Moving on to item number 7, request approval of an MOU between the Meadow City Havoc Youth Football Team and the city to lease the grass ball fields at Rodriguez Park to hold youth football practices.
Mr. Mayor, I move approval of the MOU between Meadow City Havoc Youth Football Team.
Motion by Counselor Casey, second.
Second.
Second by Councilman Olivari. Roll call.
Mr. Question, on this, this is gonna be used, a baseball field used for football, and no cleats are involved? Is this artificial grass?
No, this is a grass field.
Grass?
They're not using
Natural
the
grass?
turf. They're just using the grass fields on the right side of Rodriguez, the 2 fields.
Not the turf grass?
No.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Roll call.
Counselor Casey?
Yes.
Counselor Montoya?
Yes.
Counselor Olivari?
Yes.
Counselor Martinez?
Yes.
I have a motion by Counselor Casey, a second by Counselor Olivari. Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Motion carries. Moving on to item number 8, request approval of an MOU between Northern Elite Travel Baseball Team and the city to utilize the grass adult softball field at Rodriguez Park for the duration of the season.
Motion at this time.
So moved, Mr.
Motion
Mayor.
by Counselor Casey, second by Councilman Olivari. Roll call.
Counselor Montoya?
Yes.
Counselor Martinez?
Yes.
Counselor Casey?
Yes.
Counselor Olivari? I have a motion by Counselor Casey, a second by Counselor Olivari. Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Motion carries. Moving on to item number 9, request approval of an MOU between the Wolfpack Travel Baseball Team to utilize the Majors Field at Keys Park for the duration of the season.
So moved, Mr.
Motion by
Mayor.
Counselor Casey, second by Councilman Olivari. Roll call.
Counselor Martinez?
Yes.
Counselor Casey?
Yes.
Counselor Montoya? Counselor Olivari? I have a motion by Counselor Casey, a second by Counselor Olivari. Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Motion carries. Moving on to item number 10, request approval of resolution number 2425. This is a budget adjustment resolution. We have our finance director, Mr. Morris Madrid.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. This big document that I'm sure you've all studied is for a lot of money, and most of it is, as you said earlier, you don't say no to additional funding. Items 1, 2, 4, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, and 14 are new funding. Items 3, 5, 6, 7, and 8, and I don't know, Madam Clerk, should I read the resolution for the record? It's kind of long.
I don't believe we need to do that
Okay.
unless the mayor and council want it read.
It's already record within the,
So, the carryover funding, all of these agreements have been accepted and approved by the governing body. That's not an issue. The issue is just, DFA requires that we appropriate it formally in front of you all. A couple of notes that I want to make to you is I have a correction to our total fiscal impact. On the negative side, it was a decrease in cash reserves of 996,891. That should be a change of $14,418, and it'll be a decrease in cash reserves of $1,011,416. The reason for that is in item number 3, the appropriations for the old city hall. We already have $14,525 in cash, so it's not going to be additional revenue. It's already here. So that's the adjustment that we're having to make tonight. It's actually a good thing. Now, the
The negative thing that I want to point out to you is the final item, the budget adjustment for our general liability and property insurance. That's the large amount. And that is straight from our reserves because it's a combination of two things. We under budgeted anyway the amount that was required for the insurance, general liability and property and casualty. That was done because in creating this year's budget, where we didn't anticipate any changes, we took the prior year approved budget, where we should have taken the prior year adjusted budget. Last year was the same situation. We budgeted $1 million, it came in at $1,700,000. This year we budgeted $1 million, came in a little over $2 million. So one change we're gonna have to make next year, so our budget will be more accurate, especially in this area, is we're going to have to, when we create our budget, take our adjusted budget and use that as the analytical tool for situations like this. It doesn't create a burden. It was expected since COVID. And I can't tell you whether the fire impacted any of our claims. I can tell you that the hailstorm that we had a couple of years ago absolutely did. And that makes a difference in our assessment by the risk management pool. So really, those are the two highlights that I wanted to point out to you. All the agreements you have seen and you have approved. And if there's any questions, I'll stand for them now.
At this time, I'll entertain a motion.
Mr. Mayor, on approval from the Finance Committee, recommendation, I'll make a motion to approve Resolution 24-25, Budget Adjustments Resolution.
I have a motion, I have a second.
Second.
Second by Councilor Casey. Roll call.
Counselor Livari?
Yes.
Counselor Casey?
Yes.
Counselor Montoya?
Yes.
Counselor Martinez?
Yes.
I have a motion by Counselor Montoya, second by Counselor Casey. Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Motion carries.
Thank you.
If I may, one more kind of announcement that we discussed this with the city manager, and we're going to try and modify our process so that when we bring forth a funding agreement to you, that we bring along the budget adjustment to go with it. So we don't have to do one now and one later. If you approve one, you're going to approve the other. If you don't, you accept or reject them both.
Good idea.
Thank you.
Moving on to the next item, discussion of an agreement signed by the City of Las Vegas and John Krentz on December 4th, 1995 for easement of property for a sanitary sewer and storm drain system. We have our Public Works Director, Mr. Arnold Lopez.
Mayor and Council, as Cassandra mentioned, so this agreement was entered by the City of Las Vegas and John Krentz, which was the property owner at the time, on December 4th, 1995, known for the easement of the property to install a sanitary sewer and a storm drain system. So the city did install the sanitary sewer system, but never complied with MOU established in the agreement. And so a new owner has bought the property and brought this to our attention that the city never complied with their end of the agreement. So in this agreement, as you can see, it is, this easement is for the benefit of and is specific for use of an open drainage ditch and future underground storm drain system and utility easements for the North 8th Street area of Las Vegas. The grantor agreed to allow said open drainage area to exist in its present condition until such time as the grantee installs an underground storm drain system. Meanwhile, the grantee will maintain the open drainage area so as to avoid continued erosion of this property, which the grantee, being the city, has not maintained that drainage system. It's been neglected. Okay. So the grantee shall install an underground storm drain through the easement when funds are available and allocated for this particular project no later than December 31st, 1998. 20 plus years ago. The grantor will have access for drainage purposes to the described storm drain after it is installed. No fee shall be charged to the grantor for the use of this storm drain. In consideration for granting of this easement, the grantee shall install an 8-inch sanitary sewer main within the easement to serve the property of the grantor until sanitary sewer main may exist and extend the length of the easement. The only fee the grantor for installation of the described sewer mains shall be the city's tapping fee. The installation of this sewer line shall be completed after the subdivision plat of the property shown in Exhibit A is approved or no later than June 31st, 1996. So we're asking, for direction to proceed with, we have obtained a cost estimate that's going to be associated with providing what the city agreed upon, all these years ago. And we're asking for your approval to move forward in installing this. The storm drain, basically what it'll do, it'll catch all the storm waters coming off.
Mr. Lopez, real
Yes, sir.
quick, and Mr. City Manager, I don't know, have we already were we contacted by the owner or by an attorney of the owner?
By the owner.
Okay, so no,
At this point.
he hasn't gotten an attorney yet?
No, sir.
Okay, I just wanted to
Yeah.
make sure. Thank you.
He's seeing if we show action, then he's probably not gonna select to go with an attorney. As long as we show good faith that we're moving forward with this project. As far as budget
Mr.
for
Castellano,
it,
just,
Yeah, Mr. Mayor, I think we gotta be careful with how we continue
That's
to
what I
discuss
was
this
thinking.
then, because if this is threatened litigation, we, if it could turn into litigation, and the discussion goes as far as the city directing this to be taken care of, we could be, in essence, admitting liability. And that becomes public record, that can then be used against the city in any judicial proceeding. And so I think it's, I know we've got far into this.
I didn't, until now that he was kind of going through it, I didn't catch it until.
Right, so I think that we need to be actually very careful how we continue the discussion as to not put the city at a disadvantage in the event that this does wind up in some type of court proceeding. My only recommendation would probably be to cease the discussion and have this in an executive session at a later date, and then decide, what the best route is. I obviously see the city wanting to address this, but I think it needs to be done in the event that this does get to a court proceeding in an executive session.
Mr. Mayor, I move that we table this item until next week for our next meeting. Well, when is our next meeting?
It'd have to be October.
October.
Packets and agendas are already done for next week.
Oh, duh, yeah, okay, so the first meeting in October, and that we have that as an executive session item for that meeting.
Second. Motion by Councilor Casey, second by Councilman Martinez. Roll call.
Counselor Olivari?
Yes.
Counselor Montoya?
Yes.
Counselor Casey?
Yes.
Counselor Martinez?
Yes.
I have a motion by Counselor Casey, a second by Counselor Martinez. Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Motion carries. Our next item is executive session.
This time I'll entertain a motion for executive session.
Mr. Mayor,
Councilman Martinez.
I will go ahead and move to executive session in accordance to New Mexico Open Meetings Act, NMSA 1978, Section 10-15-1, H5, Collective Bargaining Strategy. Discussion regarding the American Federation of State, County, and Municipal Employees, AFSCME, Local 2851 Collective Bargaining Unit Agreement.
Second, Mr. Mayor.
A second by Counselor Casey. Roll call.
Counselor Montoya?
Yes.
Counselor Martinez?
Yes.
Counselor Casey?
Yes.
Counselor Livadi?
Yes.
I have a motion by Counselor Martinez, a second by Counselor Casey. Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Motion carries.
So with that, I'll entertain a motion to return to regular session.
Mr. Mayor,
Yes.
I move to return to regular session in accordance with the New Mexico Open Meetings Act and NMSA 1978, Section 10-15-1H5, Collective Bargaining Strategy, discussion regarding the American Federation of State, County, and Municipal Employees, ASME, Local 2851 Collective Bargaining Unit Agreement. No votes were taken in closed session.
Motion by Councilman Martinez. Do I have a second?
Second.
Second by Councilor Casey. Just for the record, only those items that were in the motion for executive session were discussed. No action was taken. Roll call, please.
Counselor Olivari? Counselor Martinez?
Yes.
Counselor Casey?
Yes.
Counselor Montoya?
Yes.
A motion by Counselor Martinez, a second by Counselor Casey. Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Motion carries.
Mr. Mayor, I move that we approve the American Federation of State, County, Municipal Employee, ASME Local 2851 Collective Bargaining Unit Agreement.
Motion by Councilor Casey, second by Councilman Martinez. Roll call.
Counselor Montoya? Yes. Counselor Casey?
Yes.
Counselor Olivari?
Yes.
Counselor Martinez?
Yes.
I have a motion by Counselor Casey, a second by Counselor Martinez. Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Motion carries.
Adjourn.
Mr. Mayor, I move that we adjourn.
Councilor Casey, second by Councilman Olivari.